Good morning. Today we're going to be talking about nervous system disorders, chapter 14. The nervous system is complex and highly organized. It receives information from your sensory organs through your nerves, transmits that information to your spinal cord, and then processes it in the brain. It directs our body's reaction to external stimuli and controls most of our internal functions, everything from muscle movement to blood vessel dilation to learning. It does all this by sending those lightning quick messages, both electrical and chemical, between the cells. The nervous system consists of the central and peripheral nervous systems. The central nervous system includes the brain and the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system includes the cranial and spinal nerves, the ganglia sensory neurons, and the neuromuscular junctions. The brain and the spinal cord are the central nervous system, where the nerves and the sensory organs are going to make up your peripheral nerve system. Together, the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system transmit and process sensory information and coordinate body functions. The brain and the spinal cord act as the main control center. They receive the data and the feedback from the sensory organs from the nerves throughout the body, process that information, and then send the commands back out. The brain and the spinal cord, remember, are the central nervous system. Nerve pathways of the peripheral nervous system then carry those incoming and outgoing signals. 12 pairs of cranial nerves connect the brain to the eyes, the ears, and other sensory organs, also to the head and the neck. There are 31 pairs of spinal nerves that branch out from the spinal cord to the tissues of the thorax, the abdomen, and the limbs. Each nerve is responsible for relaying sensory information, sending motor commands, or both. The peripheral nerves contain nerve fibers that carry information or stimuli received by your sensory receptors from internal and external environments to the central nervous system. Your afferent nerve fibers or sensory nerve fibers, as well as fibers carrying motor information, which are your exit or outgoing fibers from the central nervous system to the effector structures. Again, the brain is the main control center. It will receive and process and evaluate input, decide on the response or the action to be taken, and then initiate that response. Responses include both voluntary and involuntary activity. Involuntary activity helps us maintain homeostasis in the body, and it's regulated by the autonomic nervous system and the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. The voluntary actions are controlled by the somatic nervous system. The somatic nervous system involves things you can consciously sense and do. Your autonomic nervous system works without you thinking about it, and it runs behind the scenes to do processes that help keep you alive. There are different signals sent out by the brain to control different processes, and your brain interprets each. Some make you feel tired, some may make you feel like you're in pain. Some messages are kept in the brain, others are relayed throughout the spine, through the vast network of nerves to your distant extremities. The central nervous system relies on billions of neurons to accomplish this. Reflexes are automatic, rapid, and voluntary responses to a stimulus. For instance, you grab a hot object like a pan with your hand, and immediately you drop or move your hand away from the object. Many reflexes that control visceral activities or posture take place continuously without you even being aware of it. The visceral or the autonomic motor system controls the involuntary function mediated by the activity of smooth muscle fibers, cardiac muscles, and glands. The system comprises two major divisions, the sympathetic and parasympathetic system. The brain has its own protection system. The three main layers of the meninges protects it. The meninges is made up of continuous connective tissue membrane to cover the brain and the spinal cord. The first outermost layer is the toughest layer, and that is the dura mater. It separates to form the dural sinuses. The dural sinuses help collect cerebrospinal fluid and return it back to general circulation. The arachnoid matter is a loose web-like covering in the middle, and this is a web of collagen. And then the pia mater, which is delicate connective tissue, it adheres close to the surface of the brain. It's the innermost layer, and there's several blood vessels found here. In that area, we also have the subarachnoid space. This contains the cerebral spinal fluid, you have to know that, and the cerebral arteries and the veins, and it lies beneath the arachnoid. Below the dura mater is the subdural space, and it's empty space normally, but it could fill with blood in cases like a subdural hematoma. You also have the arachnoid villi. These are projections of the arachnoid around the brain, and they help absorb the cerebral spinal fluid and return it back to general circulation. This is just another view of the meninges that protects the brain. Okay, so just remember they're the three membranes that cover and protect your brain and your spinal cord, which makes up your central nervous system. And it's the dura mater, the arachnoid mater, and the pia mater. They protect, anchor your brain, and provide a support system for the blood vessels, the nerves, the lymphatics, and the cerebral spinal fluid that surrounds your central nervous system. Additional protection for the brain comes in the form of cerebral spinal fluid, and you need to know about this. So remember this information. The cerebral spinal fluid is a layer that supports and cushions the brain and the spinal cord from sudden movements. It has nutrients that help support brain function. The choroid plexus produces cerebral spinal fluid in the ventricles. Cerebral spinal fluid is completely replaced every few hours and carries away the waste material. Cerebral spinal fluid is a clear, almost colorless liquid. It looks like plasma, but it differs in the concentration of the electrolytes, glucose, protein, and occasional white blood cells. It's slightly acidic with a pH of 7.32 to 7.35. Anything else found in the cerebral spinal fluid would be an issue. For example, the presence of significant numbers of erythrocytes or red blood cells in cerebral spinal fluid would indicate bleeding in the central nervous system. The cerebral spinal fluid flows through those ventricles into the subarachnoid space. That's where you'll find it, in that subarachnoid space. There should be equal amounts of cerebral spinal fluid. This is needed, and it has to be reabsorbed in order to maintain our intracranial pressure. Cerebral spinal fluid can also be used diagnostically. By examining the cerebral spinal fluid, we can diagnose different diseases and infectious diseases of the central nervous system. We can also look at causes of brain hemorrhages, immunological disorders, and cancer. The fluid that we analyze for the cerebral spinal fluid is obtained by using a lumbar puncture, also known as a spinal tap. This is usually done between L3 and L4 on the spinal cord. The cerebral spinal fluid is then analyzed for its pressure, the appearance, protein, glucose, the cell count, and identification of cells. It can also be stained and cultured looking for bacteria or other infectious organisms. We might do this in cases of things like meningitis. Choroid plexes in the brain are highly vascularized areas of tissue located in the ventricles. These areas constantly produce cerebral spinal fluid in your brain. The cerebral spinal fluid then flows into the subarachnoid space to circulate around the brain and the spinal cord, and eventually will go through those arachnoid villi, or those finger-like projections, where it's reabsorbed and then returned back into general circulation. The anterior portions of the choroid plexus are supplied by your internal carotid arteries. This slide shows the characteristics of normal cerebrospinal fluid. The cerebrospinal fluid contains things like glucose, proteins, lipids, electrolytes. It provides nutrition for the central nervous system. And you might find an occasional white blood cell. It will also be slightly acidic, between 7.32 and 7.35. Another part of the brain's protection is the blood-brain barrier. And this uses impermeable capillaries to stop things that are unwanted from coming into the brain. It's formed by tightly locked layers of endothelial cells, and it protects the brain from harmful substances, germs, and other things that could damage it. The cells of the capillaries are tightly locked together, limiting the passage of any potentially damaging material into the brain, and it controls the delicate but essential balance of the electrolytes, glucose, and proteins in the brain. We also have a similar blood cerebral spinal fluid barrier at the choroid plexus. It helps control nutrients of the cerebral spinal fluid. The blood-brain barrier is poorly developed in infants, and therefore substances like bilirubin or other toxic materials can easily pass into the baby's brain, causing damage. When fully developed, the blood-brain barrier can be a disadvantage because it does not allow the passage of some essential drugs into the brain, like antibiotics and anti-cancer treatments. Lipid-soluble substances like alcohol are able to pass freely into the brain. And this is why when young people go to these like college parties and stuff like that, and they do back-to-back shots of liquor, it not only is easily able to pass into the brain, but it also is easily absorbed in the system from the digestive system, and it can get into the blood and stuff really quickly and make someone really toxic or sick. Remember that alcohol is a central nervous system depressant. Now we're going to talk about functional areas of the brain. The cerebral hemisphere makes up the largest and most obvious portion of the brain. It's separated by the longitudinal fissure into left and right hemispheres. Each hemisphere is then divided into 4 major lobes, each of which has a specific function. The diencephalon is the central portion of the brain. It's surrounded by hemispheres and contains the thalamus, the hypothalamus, and the epithalamus. Remember, those are your relay centers. The brainstem is the connecting link to the spinal cord. The brainstem consists of the midbrain, the pons, and the medulla oblongata, and you have to know that. The cerebellum is located dorsal to the pons and the medulla below the occipital lobe. There are 3 main parts of the brain: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and the brainstem. The cerebrum is the largest part of your brain. It handles a wide range of responsibilities. It's located at the front top of your skull. The next is the cerebellum, and it's located at the back of your brain below the cerebrum. It coordinates voluntary movements such as posture, balance, coordination, and speech. If it's damaged, you would have problems with your balance, with your movement, with your muscle coordination, and you may have something called ataxia. The brain stem is the lower extension of the brain, and it connects to the spinal cord. It includes the midbrain, the pons, and the medulla oblongata. This part of the brain controls many basic life-sustaining functions, including heart rate, breathing, sleeping, and eating. Effects of damage here would result in life-threatening conditions like breathing difficulties, heart problems, and loss of consciousness. The cerebrum refers to the two cerebral hemispheres, the right and the left, forming the largest part of the brain. Each hemisphere is divided into four major lobes, each of which has a specific function. The cerebrum is comprised of two different types of tissue, gray matter and white matter. Again, the cerebrum is the largest part of your brain, and it includes parts above and in front of the cerebellum. It's the part of your brain that starts and manages your conscious thoughts, meaning things that you actively think about or do. Remember, the cerebellum controls things like your balance, your walking, your muscle coordination. Now, in this cerebrum, we have these two different types of tissue, gray matter and white matter. Gray matter forms the surface of each cerebral hemisphere, known as the cerebral cortex. You have to be aware of the cerebral cortex. This is responsible for processing and cognition. The white matter forms the bulk of the deeper parts of the brain, and it's made of glial cells and myelinated axons that help connect the various gray matter areas. Externally, the cerebrum has an appearance consisting of sulci, which are grooves or depressions, and gyri, which are ridges or elevations. It's divided into two anatomically symmetrical hemispheres by that longitudinal fissure. The cerebral cortex is classified into four lobes according to the name of the corresponding cranial bone that approximately overlies each part. It's responsible for higher brain functions, which include things like actions, emotions, interpretation of sensory data. If this area is damaged, this cerebral cortex, depending on the area that's affected, the damage could cause things like memory loss, impairment in cognitive skills, changes in personality, and loss of motor control. The right and left hemispheres are similar in structure but not in function. The dominant hemisphere of the brain is the side that controls your language. This is the left hemisphere for most people. The left hemisphere is also responsible for things like mathematical problem solving and logical reasoning abilities. You should be familiar with how each side of the brain works. The right hemisphere has greater influence on artistic abilities, creativity, spatial relationships, and emotional and behavioral characteristics. Also located in the left side of the brain are two special areas, the Broca's area and Wernicke's area. When we talk about aphasia, these are the two main areas that we may be talking about here. Broca's area is the motor or expressive speech area. When there is damage to the left frontal lobe affecting the Broca area, the person will not be able to speak or write appropriately. Expressive or motor aphasia, and you need to know this, results in an impaired ability to speak or write easily or appropriately. Fluently is the word that your book uses, and that just means easily, okay? Such a person may be unable to find intelligible words or construct a meaningful sentence, meaning that they might be able to say words, but it's going to be difficult for them. And when they say them, it's going to sound like mumble jumble. The sentence may not make any sense here. This type of aphasia occurs when the Broca area in the inferior motor cortex of the frontal lobe, usually the left frontal lobe, is damaged. The other area that you have in the left side there is Wernicke's area. And Wernicke's area is the integration center that helps you comprehend language received, both spoken and written. If the left temporal lobe or the prefrontal lobe is damaged, affecting the Wernicke's area, the person would be unable to understand written or spoken language. This is known as receptive or sensory aphasia, and it's the inability to read or understand the spoken word. This does not include hearing or visual impairments. Here, the problem is the brain is not able to process the information. And the person may be able to speak easily, but the speaking doesn't mean anything. It has no meaning to it. It doesn't make sense. This can happen whenever there's damage to the Wernicke area in the left temporal lobe, resulting in receptive aphasia. The other thing that someone can develop with damage to this part of the brain is global aphasia. And in global aphasia, both the Broca and the Wernicke areas are going to be damaged here. And any fibers that help connect to the rest of the brain is also damaged here. All right, so global aphasia is a combination of expressive and receptive aphasia resulting from major damage to the brain, including both Broca and Wernicke's area. So with this, the person will not be able to talk, they won't be able to express themselves, and they won't be able to comprehend anything that anyone is saying to them. And that's your global aphasia, when someone cannot express themselves or comprehend other people's language. So again, if both Broca and Wernicke's areas are not functioning, the client won't talk and they won't be able to comprehend any language received. Complex functions such as language and memory involve many areas of the brain. Each hemisphere is concerned with voluntary movement and sensory function in the opposite or contralateral side of the brain. And these areas of the cortex have been well mapped out. The left hemisphere will control the right-hand side of the body and receives the information from the right visual field that controls speech, language, recognition of words, letters, and numbers. The right hemisphere controls the left-hand side of the body and receives information from the left visual field, controlling creativity, context, recognition of faces, places, and objects. The prefrontal cortex is at the front of your frontal lobe, immediately behind your forehead. It affects your behavior, personality, and ability to plan. One of the most important jobs of the prefrontal cortex is executive function, or ability to self-regulate and plan ahead. It also provides components for expressing your personality and plays a significant role in social relationships and impulse control. The basal nuclei, also known as basal ganglia, are clusters of cell bodies or gray matter located among the tracts of the cerebral hemispheres. Down deep in that gray matter is where these are located. Okay, and these are part of the extrapyramidal system of motor control. So the primary role of these is to help control movement in the body. So the EPS helps control and coordinate skeletal muscle activity, prevent excessive movement, initiate accessory and often involuntary actions such as arm swinging when you walk. You may have heard of EPS symptoms in people that take antipsychotics. So sometimes you'll see things like pill rolling, shuffling of the feet, tongue pushing, or where they push their tongue out. And these movements are called EPS symptoms, and they're associated with the way that the drugs in the antipsychotics affect the basal ganglia and the dopamine in the brain. And again, this has to do with coordination and movement. So if those areas are affected, it can affect the way that they work. The ganglia themselves are groups of nerves or brain cells that are closely related. They often share connections, jobs, or work together as part of a bigger subsystem of the nervous system. Again, the basal ganglia are best known for how they help the brain control your body's movements. Basal ganglia are a key part of the network of the brain cells and the nerves that control the voluntary movements in the body. If the basal ganglia approve a signal, it continues down the motor pathway. The nerve will eventually carry the signal down your spinal cord and nerves to the destination muscle. If the signal isn't approved, it would be redirected to another area. The basal nuclei or the basal ganglia, again, is part of the extrapyramidal system. This includes a series of pathways in the central nervous system that control involuntary movement and help to maintain posture. The extrapyramidal system is actively involved in initiation and selective activation of voluntary movement along with coordination. The system also regulates involuntary movement or reflexes. The main components of the extrapyramidal motor system are the nuclei of those basal ganglia. There are two additional nuclei located in the midbrain, the substantia nigra and the red nucleus. These are also connected to the basal nuclei and the extrapyramidal system. The limbic system consists of many nuclei and connecting fibers in the cerebral hemispheres that encircle the superior part of the brain stem. The limbic system is responsible for your emotional reactions or feelings, and for this purpose, it has several connections to all areas of the brain. Any cognitive decision arising from the higher cortical centers can be accompanied by an emotional aspect as well, and that emotional aspect would be mediated through that limbic system. Part of the hypothalamus is also involved with the limbic system. The hypothalamus provides the link for the autonomic responses, such as alterations in blood pressure or nausea, that can occur when someone experiences things like fear, excitement, an unpleasant odor, or sight. The diencephalon is the central part of the brain that is surrounded by the hemispheres. It contains the thalamus, the hypothalamus, and the epithalamus. The thalamus is the part of the brain that relays sensory and motor signals from various locations, such as the basal ganglia, to that processing center or that cerebral cortex. It serves as a relay station to receive incoming afferent or sensory impulses and transmitting those impulses to that data center or that cerebral cortex and to other appropriate areas of the brain. Because the thalamus is connected with almost all parts of the central nervous system, including the brainstem and the cerebral cortex. Remember, the brainstem is responsible for life-sustaining activity. The cerebral cortex is the data processing center, and then the thalamus is the relay center. The thalamus influences many different processes in the brain. The hypothalamus plays a key role in maintaining homeostasis in the body, controlling the autonomic nervous system, and much of the endocrine system. It's also responsible to regulate your body temperature for intake of food and fluid and regulation of the sleep cycle. The hypothalamus is key to the stress response. Remember the hypothalamus, and it's triggering the pituitary axis and or the pituitary gland, right? It's that relay center. So it's stimulating the pituitary gland, the cortisol, all that during that stress response. It plays major roles in emotional responses through the limbic system, such as in biological behaviors like your sex drive or your libido. The hypothalamus performs many of its homeostasis balancing jobs by directly influencing the autonomic nervous system. So it does that through the management of those hormones, right? It will make some of the hormones and store them there, or it will make hormones and store them in other places like the posterior or anterior pituitary gland, but it also sends a signal, all right, to release those hormones in the pituitary gland. So it can help release those hormones either during the stress response, when we need to conserve water, different times when the body needs things. So the hypothalamus can make some hormones itself that are stored elsewhere, like in the posterior pituitary gland. It sends signal hormones to the pituitary gland, which can release hormones and directly affect parts of the body, or it can send another signal or hormone to a different gland in the body, and then it can cause that gland to release its hormones. So the hypothalamus sends signals in the form of releasing hormones to tell the anterior and posterior pituitary gland when to release or secrete the hormones. So it's just a giant relay center, and it basically functions off of either releasing hormones through triggering or stimulation of those hormones, okay, or sending some sort of message to another gland in the body to release its hormones. The epithalamus helps us connect with the limbic system and other parts of the brain. So that's the main function for that. This slide just goes over again the functions of that hypothalamus, which you should be familiar with. Again, it is a giant relay center, and it's processing signals from thermoreceptors. The responses to warm or cold. So the person shivers or they sweat, and it sends this signal out. So sometimes the hypothalamus is called the body's thermostat. It also takes charge of the autonomic nervous system by taking control over cardiovascular activity, exocrine gland secretions in the digestive tract and the skin, as well as smooth muscle contractions in those visceral organs. It regulates most hormone producing activity of the endocrine system through that pituitary gland, both anterior and posterior. It can help produce feelings of hunger or satiation through signals from the stomach, indicating that the stomach is either stretched and full or it's shrunk and empty. It helps generate the thirst mechanism through the osmoreceptors. The high solute levels or sodium levels that indicate low water content help produce these feelings of thirst. When the solute levels fall, this indicates that more water is decreasing, um, that more water is in the body, and it will decrease our desire to drink. So, as we have less salt in the body, it decreases that desire. It works with the hippocampus to form new memories. And remember, I drew that picture of the hippocampus on the board, that giant hippocampus in your brain. I said that walks around campus and helps you remember stuff. So it works with that hippocampus to form new memories. It generates physical reactions in the body because of different emotional responses. And this is because of its close relationship with the limbic system. Remember, the epithalamus really helps connect to that limbic system. And this is why emotions like anger can cause immediate changes in your blood pressure or your heart rate. It also controls your sleep-wake cycle, your circadian rhythm. And this happens because of exposure to light. Light can stimulate people. So this is why sometimes when people have sundowners or Alzheimer's, if they're sleeping a lot during the daytime, we'll put them in areas of light to try to reset that circadian rhythm or cycle. And if we put them in the light, sometimes it can stimulate them and reset their body. Because of communication between the hypothalamus and the pineal gland of the epithalamus, this exposure to light stimulates the body. It produces activity of reward pathways in the brain. So remember, in class, I talked about the reward pathway, the dopamine reward pathway, and how when you're in the store eating that ice cream cone and looking at that cute boy or that cute girl, and you start to experience that pleasure. And that motivates you to do other activities, okay, that would result in receiving that same pleasure back to the brain. So this can be activities such as eating or engaging in sexual activity. Eating, I described like you eat a chocolate candy bar, it brings the brain pleasure, and now you want to eat another one. This is a chart from your book, and it shows the different areas of the brain and the functions that are associated with those areas. One in particular we're looking at here is the reticular activating system, or RAS. Remember, my saying for that is RAS will arouse your ass or wake your ass up. Okay, and the reason why I say that is because the RAS is part of the system that determines the degree of arousal or awareness in your cerebral cortex. Okay, so the reticular activating system, or RAS, is actually a bundle of neurons in your brain stem. It connects to different parts of the brain. The RAS determines the degree of arousal or awareness of the cerebral cortex. So these neurons decide which incoming sensory impulses that the brain will ignore and which one that it will notice and take action on. There are different drugs out there that can affect the activity of the RAS, or the reticular activating system, and this can increase or decrease input to the brain. The reticular activating system ensures that the brain does not have too much information or data to process, or more than what it can handle. The brainstem is the connecting link to the spinal cord. It's the stalk-like part of your brain connecting your brain to the spinal cord, and it's part of your central nervous system. The brainstem consists of the midbrain, the pons, and the medulla oblongata, and each of these components have their own unique structure and function. However, together they can help regulate breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, and several other important functions in the body. You need to know these, and you need to know what they do. The midbrain is the top part of the brainstem, and it's crucial for regulating eye movement. The pons is the middle portion of the brainstem, and it coordinates facial movement, hearing, and balance. The medulla oblongata is the bottom part of the brainstem, and it helps regulate your breathing, your heart rhythms, your blood pressure, and your swallowing. Your brain also contains your reticular activating system. Remember, the RAS arouses your ass, particularly by increasing the amount of awareness in your cerebral cortex, which is your data or processing center, right? And we also talked about how that can determine which signals coming into the brain that the brain wants to respond to and make some sort of action for. The RAS, again, is a network of neurons that carry the electrical signals and chemicals through the brain. It controls your sleep and wake cycle. It helps you stay alert and attentive to your surroundings. Your brainstem also has 10 of the 12 cranial nerves. These nerves start in your brain. These nerves control your facial movements, your sensations, and your taste. The midbrain is associated with vision, hearing, motor control, sleep, wake, arousal, alertness, and temperature regulation. It's located in the most superior portion of the brainstem. One structure in the midbrain is the RAS, the reticular activating system. And remember, I said the RAS will arouse your ass. The reticular activating system determines the degree of arousal or awareness of that cerebral cortex, or that data processing center in the brain. Then the neurons decide which of the incoming sensory impulses the brain wants to ignore and which one it will notice and act on. The reticular activating system has connections to many parts of the brain, and drugs can affect the activity of the reticular activating system to increase or decrease input to the brain. The pons is composed of bundles of afferent or incoming sensory fibers and efferent or outgoing or motor fibers. It acts as a bridge between the cerebellum and the cerebrum, and several nuclei of the cranial nerves are also found in the pons. The pons has an important role in the function of our autonomic nervous system. It provides a route for signals to travel to and from the brain, like a bridge. An injury to the pons can impair cranial nerve function associated with that part of the brainstem. A person could experience damage to facial sensation, eye movement, hearing, taste, and more. The medulla oblongata contains the vital control centers that regulate your respiratory and cardiovascular function, and the coordinating centers that govern the cough reflex, swallowing, and vomiting. The medulla oblongata is the location of the nuclei of several cranial nerves. The medulla oblongata also manages the heart, circulation system, and breathing. It's where the cardiovascular and respiratory systems link together to control heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, and more. The medulla oblongata helps manage other automatic processes, things that the body does without having to think about them. Some of these examples include coughing, sneezing, swallowing, vomiting, and maintaining balance along with the inner ear. The vast majority of major nerves converge at the spine, carrying signals to and from the brain. These signals have to pass through the medulla oblongata. Several of the 12 cranial nerves connect areas of your throat and tongue directly to your brain and pass through the medulla oblongata. The medulla oblongata is also the location of a region called the pyramids. It's in the pyramids where the nerves in the body crisscross. That crisscross is why one side of the brain almost always controls parts in the opposite side of the body, or the contralateral side. Located in the medulla oblongata is a region called the pyramids. This is where most of the movement-related nerves in the body crisscross. This is why one side of the brain almost always controls parts on the opposite or contralateral side of the body. The pyramids of the medulla are marked by two longitudinal ridges that lie on the ventral surface of the medulla. Formed by the pyramidal tracts, there are large fiber tracts that extend through the brainstem and the spinal cord that help carry the voluntary motor output from the cerebrum down the spinal cord. The corticospinal tract, also known as the pyramidal tract, is a collection of axons that help the movement occur. They carry movement-related information from the cerebral cortex, or that data processing center, out to the spinal cord. And this is part of the descending spinal tract system. This is one of the major pathways that help carry movement-related information from the brain to the spinal cord. The neurons travel in the cortical spinal tract and are called upper motor neurons. They synapse on neurons in the spinal cord called lower motor neurons, and those lower motor neurons then make contact with the skeletal muscle to cause the muscle contraction. Decussation of the pyramids. Most of the pyramidal fibers will cross over to the opposite side of the brain to enable each cerebral hemisphere to control voluntary muscle movement on the opposite side of the brain. This is known as decussation. Located to the back or dorsal side of the pons and the medulla is the cerebellum. It controls movement, helps maintain posture and equilibrium by continually assessing and adjusting to input from the pyramidal system, the proprioceptors in the joints, the muscles, the visual pathways, and the vestibular pathways from the inner ear. Now, if you remember anything from your A&P when you were in LPN school, you should remember that proprioceptors, they help us with things like body position, movement. They kind of tell us where we are in space, and they're located in the muscles, the tendons, the joints, the ligaments. So when you move, it sends information to your brain so that you know where your limbs are in relation to your body and where your location is. You don't have to look down at yourself to see where you are. You know where you are. All right. And then your ears, your inner ears, has a lot to do with your balance. So these things all work together, the proprioceptors in the joints and the muscles, the visual pathways, the vestibular pathways in the inner ear, and the cerebellum are all working together here to maintain posture and equilibrium, and also your extrapyramidal system. People with damage to the cerebellum are going to have trouble keeping their balance while they stand, while they walk, or maybe both. They might also have problems when they reach for objects. They might miss the object. It might not be where they think it is. Damage could also make it harder for these people to learn new words or skills. Damage to the cerebellum can interfere with judgment when it comes to judging the size or a distance from an object. It can also affect your sense of timing. Blood supply to the brain comes from the internal carotid arteries and the vertebral arteries. Each internal carotid artery has a branch of common carotid arteries, right or left, which includes the carotid sinus, which is where our baroreceptors are located. And those baroreceptors are able to signal changes in the blood pressure. There's also those chemoreceptors there that we talked about in fluids and electrolytes, which help monitor the pH in the blood and the oxygen levels. At the base of the brain, the internal carotid artery divides into an anterior and middle cerebral artery. Now, the anterior cerebral artery helps supply the frontal lobe of the brain. The middle cerebral artery supplies the lateral part of the cerebral hemispheres, mainly the temporal and the parietal lobes. And then posterior or at the back, those vertebral arteries join and they form the basilar artery, which supplies the brain stem and the cerebellum as it ascends. Okay, so next we're going to talk about the circle of Willis, and you definitely want to know what this is and what it does. So the circle of Willis is basically this circle-shaped structure of arteries at the base of your brain, and it connects the two main circulation systems, the internal carotid artery pathway and the vertebral artery pathway. It acts as a failsafe, allowing the blood to flow to the brain even if one of the two circulation systems is damaged, and it can play a role in minimizing the effects of certain brain issues like a stroke. So at the base of the brain, we have the basilar artery that divides into the right and left posterior cerebral arteries, and these supply blood to the occipital lobes. We also have the anterior, middle, and posterior cerebral arteries. These are going to branch out and penetrate into the brain itself. And then we have anastomosis that occurs between major arteries at the base of the brain, and those are going to form that circle of Willis. Now, the circle of Willis is the joining area of these several arteries at the bottom inferior side of the brain. And at the circle of Willis, the internal carotid arteries will branch into small arteries that supply about 80% of the oxygenated blood over that cerebrum. The anterior communicating artery between the anterior cerebral arteries, the posterior communicating arteries between the cerebral and posterior cerebral arteries will all come together here. This arrangement forms that circle of Willis and provides that alternative blood supply for the internal carotid or vertebral artery, should either one of those be obstructed. So this circle of arteries surrounds the pituitary gland and the optic chiasm. The main function of the circle of Willis is to provide collateral blood flow between the anterior and posterior arterial systems of the brain. It also offers an alternate blood flow between the right and left cerebral hemispheres. This way, the circle is able to protect the brain from things like ischemia and stroke in cases of obstruction or damage. The circle of Willis connects the two major arterial systems to the brain, the internal carotid arteries, and the vertebral and basilar artery systems. Blood flow in the cerebral arteries must remain relatively constant. The brain cells constantly use oxygen and glucose, which are essential nutrients for the neurons. these have little storage capacity, or the brain itself has little storage capacity. Autoregulation is a mechanism by which the body responds to increased levels of carbon dioxide or decreased levels of pH in the blood or decreased blood pressure in areas of the brain. This causes immediate local vasodilation. There are baroreceptors and chemoreceptors that protect the brain from damage related to an abnormal blood pressure or changes in the pH. The venous blood from the brain will collect in the dural sinuses and then drain into the right and left internal jugular veins and be returned to the heart. There are 12 cranial nerves that arise directly from the brain. They originate from the brain stem, passing through the foramina in the skull to serve structures in the head and the neck, including the ears and the eyes. The first two nerves, the olfactory and the optic, come from the cerebrum, whereas the remaining 10 cranial nerves emerge from the brain stem. The names of the cranial nerves relate to their specific function, and they are numerically identified in the Roman numerals 1 through 12. Each cranial nerve can be described as being sensory or afferent, or motor or efferent, or both. 4 cranial nerves, cranial nerve 3, 7, 9, and 10, include parasympathetic fibers. Now, you don't have to know the individual cranial nerves. Eventually you will, but you do have to know the difference between afferent, efferent, what do they do, okay? And you should be aware that some of them come from the cerebrum, those first two, and that's your olfactory and your optic, and then the rest are going to come from the actual brainstem, okay? Now, this slide tells you about the different cranial nerves, okay? You should just have a basic idea. So, usually cranial nerve 1 is your nose, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is going to be your eyes, 7 is going to be your face, 8 is going to be your hearing and your balance, 9 is going to be your tongue, that's your glossopharyngeal, so that's going to be your tongue, your swallowing, 10 is your vagus nerve, that goes with your parasympathetic, and then you have accessory motor, which is 11, and that's going to be head and shoulder. And then hypoglosso is the movement of the tongue. That's number 12. I also gave you a little mnemonic if you do want to learn them. Okay, at some point you are going to have to know these. For this class, you just should know, about the cranial nerves, basic function. The spinal cord is continuous with the brain, and it transmits sensory or afferent information from the periphery of the body to the brain, and motor or efferent information from the brain out to the periphery. It's also a place to coordinate reflexes and control reflexes independently from the brain. Along the spinal cord, the spinal nerves emerge that carry the information, both sensory and motor. So we talked about this a little bit, about how we have an afferent signal. It goes up the spinal cord into the brain, into the cerebral cortex. The cerebral cortex is the data center. It will decide what it wants to process and what it doesn't. If it decides to process something, let's say like breathing, then it's going to send a message over to that relay center, right? The hypothalamus, thalamus. That is going to send a message, right, out to whatever area that needs to be innervated. So then we'll have a signal that will go, like for the spinal nerves, it would go to that phrenic nerve, right? If we're talking about breathing. And that signal would go to the phrenic nerve, and that's going to stimulate your diaphragm and your intercostal muscles to breathe. So basically, this is how all the functioning is occurring. The body is sending messages back and forth, okay? Some going up to the brain, some coming back down to control the different actions that are occurring. Now, the spinal nerves are an integral part of the peripheral nervous system. They are the structures through which the central nervous system receive sensory information from the periphery or the body, and through the activity of the trunk and the limbs is regulated here. All right, they also transmit motor commands from the central nervous system to the muscles of the periphery or the body. They're composed of both motor and sensory fibers, as well as autonomic fibers. So there's 31 pairs of these nerves that are emerging intermittently from the spinal cord and to exit that vertebral canal. So these are just the ways that messages are being sent back and forth to your body. The message that is afferent, is sensory, is coming in. The brain is deciding what to do with it, processing it, and then if it wants to do an action, it's sending it back out to the body, right, to the level of those spinal nerves, and that is going to give it some sort of motor message to take an action. The spinal cord itself is protected by the bony vertebral column that surrounds it, the meninges, and your cerebrospinal fluid. The cord is continuous with the medulla oblongata, and it ends at the level of the first lumbar vertebrae. Beyond that is the bundle of nerve roots known as the cauda equina. And that's important because in that area there's not much risk to damage the spinal cord if we put a needle into the subarachnoid space there, right below the first lumbar level. So usually we can go right in there in a space between L3 and L4 and do what we call a lumbar puncture, or grab a sample of cerebral spinal fluid if we needed to analyze it for someone, say, we might suspect has an infection like meningitis. In the spinal cord, we also have white matter and gray matter. That gray matter, there are anterior horns there. These anterior horns control the motor neurons. The posterior horns, which are associated with the neurons and the inner neurons, and then the lateral horns, which are the visceral or motor neurons. So this is showing you the spinal nerves, okay? And you can see the different ones and how they're associated with different things that go on in the body. So at the top, you have the brainstem, the parasympathetic fibers, and your cranial nerves. And then down there in that C-section, you have your phrenic nerve, which is your diaphragm for respiration, your intercostal nerves, your sympathetic nervous system. Okay, so all these things are in the spinal cord. On the left there shows, your arm movement, your leg movement. The spinal cord's function is essential to conduct impulses from the brain to the body and help generate reflexes that make our daily functioning smooth. The spinal cord is comprised of white and gray matter. The white matter has myelinated fibers and spinal cord tracts. So what exactly does that mean? The white matter is divided into structures called columns, and these regions are going to be ascending towards the brain or descending towards the appropriate spinal nerve. The gray matter is divided into regions called horns. The gray matter contains things like nerve cell bodies, dendrites, and non-myelinated axons. But within that gray matter, we have three distinct areas known as the horns. Now, the ventral horn contains the motor neurons, and these are axons that leave the ventral root, known as motor or efferent nerve. That's what the ventral root is. It's just a motor nerve. So that ventral horn contains a lot of motor neurons, and they exit the spinal cord to try to innervate skeletal muscle. Now, the dorsal horn This contains the inner neurons receiving information from the sensory neurons of the dorsal root ganglia, which is a sensory afferent nerve. So the dorsal horn is bringing that sensory information from the body, which is then transmitted along those ascending pathways up to the brain. And then you have the lateral horns. The lateral horns contain visceral motor neurons, and these neurons innervate the visceral and the pelvic organs. Tracts are a group of nerve fibers that pass through the spinal cord, and they're known as the tracts of the spinal cord. So you're going to have the ascending tract, the descending tract, and then the descending tract is broken down into pyramidal and extrapyramidal tracts. The ascending tracts refer to the neuropathway by which the sensory information from the body or the peripheral nerves is transmitted up to that data processing center or that cerebral cortex. And the descending tract is the tract that originates from the brain in that relay center, probably the hypothalamus, okay, and descends into the spinal cord. And then these tracts are going to produce some sort of various motor activity in the body. The descending tracts are of two types. The pyramidal or the cortical spinal tracts, which conduct impulses concerned mostly with voluntary movement from the motor cortex of the upper motor neurons to the lower motor neurons in the anterior horn at the appropriate level of the spinal cord. Most of these tracts cross at the medulla oblongata. The extrapyramidal tracts carry impulses that modify and coordinate voluntary movement and maintain posture. Lower motor neurons can receive both stimulatory and inhibitory input from upper motor neurons. This means they can either start or stop an action, and from inner neurons in the spinal cord. The sum of the input determines what activity would occur in the spinal nerve or the skeletal muscle as a result. The ascending tracts convey information from the periphery or the body to the brain. On the other hand, the descending tracts carry that information from the brain back out to the periphery or the body. Within the gray matter, there are three distinct areas that can be identified. So remember, the ventral horn, which contains motor neurons, so they're leaving that motor nerve or that motor area, okay? They're exiting usually from that spinal cord, and they're going to do things like innervate that skeletal muscle. You have that dorsal horn, which has those neurons with that sensory information, and that is going to help transmit that sensory information along those ascending pathways up to the brain. And then you have those lateral horns, which contain the visceral motor neurons, and these are going to help with those signals that are going to stimulate the visceral and the pelvic organs. The white matter is going to be made of afferent incoming sensory and efferent outgoing motor fibers, and these are organized into tracts that help communicate, and they run on both sides of the spinal cord. Each tract has a unique position in the white matter, and then a cross section of the cord would illustrate the map of the tracts. So this is the cross section of the cord here, and is trying to show you those tracks. All right, and you see there's several different tracks there that send out different signals for different things. Next, we're going to talk about spinal nerves. If you go to figure 14.4 in your book or around page 334, you should be able to see the image of this. There are 31 pairs of spinal nerves emerging from the spinal cord. They carry both motor and sensory information to and from the organs and the tissues in the body. They're named by where they exit the vertebral column, and they're numbered in each section. For example, there's 8 pairs of cervical nerves, numbered C1 to C8. Each spinal nerve is connected to the spinal cord by 2 short roots. That's either going to be the dorsal root, which is associated with sensory information, or the ventral root, which is associated with motor information. The spinal nerves will leave the spinal cord through spaces in the vertebrae. There is white matter there. Remember, those white matter contain the myelinated axons and those tracks, both ascending and descending. The ascending tracks will carry those sensory impulses from the spinal cord to the brain, and the descending tracks will carry those motor impulses from the brain back out to the spinal cord. The spinal nerves and the cranial nerves can be afferent, carrying sensory information from the body to the brain, or efferent, carrying motor information from the brain to the muscles and the glands, or mixed, containing both efferent and afferent fibers. The spinal nerves again divide into 2 branches, the dorsal root, which is your sensory, and the ventral root, which is your motor. Sensory information carried by afferent axons of the spinal nerves enter the spinal cord through the dorsal roots. The afferent nerve endings relate to the senses, which are divided into special and general. Special senses are things like olfaction or smell, vision, hearing, balance, and taste. Motor commands carried by efferent axons leave the spinal cord by the ventral roots or motor. So this is going to exit and stimulate some motor function. Efferent nerve endings communicate with muscles and glands. They release neurotransmitter substances in the efferent nerve endings, which act on the target cells of the muscle or the gland and results in a desired effect. You do need to know what dermatomes are and what they do. So a dermatome is an area of skin. It's supplied by a single spinal nerve. Assessment of sensory awareness can be completed using the dermatome map, and it can help us determine levels of damage to the spinal cord. Each dermatome is associated with a single spinal nerve. These nerves transmit sensations like pain from a specific area of the skin to the central nervous system. The dermatomes are important because they help assess and diagnose a variety of conditions. For example, symptoms that occur along a specific dermatome can indicate a problem with a specific nerve root in the spine. So, for example, shingles. Shingles tends to run unilaterally along a single root. And remember in class, I talked about this with my mother-in-law about how she had shingles, and it ran across, if you can see on the right, right along where that C8 is, it ran right a little bit below that, actually, around where that T5 is, because it ran across the back there, and then it went around the front and right along the breast line. So just went right around that corner there and affected that one nerve. Now, originally, remember I said that they put her on a tele floor because they thought it was cardiac because it started in the back and then went around towards the chest. But then a day or two later, the vesicles broke out and they realized that it was shingles. So shingles is one of those things that it's going to run along that unilateral line there. And shingles, of course, is reactivation of the varicella zoster from chickenpox. So you can have chickenpox, shingles can lie in the body, and later on it can come back in times of stress, and it can break back out as shingles. Radiculopathies, this is another thing that can be an issue. So this would be like your sciatica nerve. So the pain can follow one or more of the dermatomes. Now, sometimes that sciatica, we talked about this in class, it can be stimulated like from the way you sit on your car seat, or like men will have this problem because they sit on the wallet and the wallet puts pressure on that back area, and eventually it causes that pain to radiate down that leg there. So sciatica is another term for this. So again, the dermatomes can help us determine things like this, or injuries to the spinal cord itself. Four plexes are located where the fibers from the spinal nerves branch and then reform, and these become the specific peripheral nerves, the cervical, brachial, lumbar, and sacral. So this networking, an example of this is the phrenic nerve. The phrenic nerve uses a network that consists of fibers from spinal nerve C3 to C5, and the sciatic nerve contains fibers from the spinal nerves L4 to L5, S1 to S3. So the fibers in each spinal nerve can be disturbed in several peripheral nerves, meaning that, like with the phrenic nerve, it's not just that nerve that's stimulated. You have all those intercostal nerves that are also stimulated. And then from the sciatica, the pain can radiate. Okay, it can go down further and disturb other areas. Reflexes are automatic involuntary responses to a stimulus. It involves a sensory stimulus from a receptor that's conducted along an afferent or incoming sensory nerve fiber, followed by some synapse in the spinal cord or cranial nerve, and then a subsequent efferent or outgoing motor impulse that's conducted along the peripheral nerve to elicit the response. So this would be an example of you touch a hot pan and you quickly jerk your hand away. At the same time, the neurons or the interneurons are sending that sensory information up to the brain to initiate an assessment and decide whether or not it should do something further or take that efferent or that motor response. Many reflexes that control autonomic activities or posture happen continuously without you even being aware of it. In addition, every person has acquired or learned certain reflexes, such as those that develop when you learn to ride a bike. There are certain basic reflexes like the patellar or the knee jerk or the oculocephalic doll's head response, which are useful in diagnosis. So for the doll's head reflex, here with someone's in a comatose state, we may move their head. And if the doll's eye reflex is positive, the eyes would move in an opposite direction of the head. And that would tell us that their brainstem is intact. If the reaction were negative, then the eyes would either stay midline, meaning they don't move, or they move in the same direction as the head. And that would tell us that the person has severe brainstem dysfunction. Again, we do that with patients that are comatose. Absent, weak, or abnormal responses can also indicate some sort of neurological problem and sometimes show damage where that location is in the spinal cord, depending on how the person responds. Like, we might know that a certain area is damaged. We talked about some of those hemispheres earlier, what they control. And so if someone did have damage, we would look at what can they do, what can they not do, which might tell us again about what is damaged in that brain. All right, so reflexes, they are automatic. They could be rapid involuntary responses to a stimulus. Again, I went over how it's going to be stimulated. So if it's sensory, it's going to be from the receptor, and it's going to be along that afferent fiber. All right, if it's efferent, that's a motor action to elicit the response. And then those interneurons help us transmit that information to the brain. Neurons communicate with other neurons, muscles, or glands through generation and conduction of nerve impulses, and those nerve impulses cause changes in the electrical properties of the neuron's cell membrane, All cells have an electrical charge that's associated with their membrane. Neurons or nerve cells are highly specialized non-mitotic cells that conduct impulses throughout the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. They require glucose and oxygen. They come in different variations and they have different structural characteristics based on the function. The dendrite is the receptor site that conducts the impulse towards the cell body. The cell body contains the nucleus. The axon will conduct impulses away from the cell body towards the effector site or connecting neuron to release the neurotransmitter. These neurotransmitters would then produce some sort of action in the body. The dendrite is a receptor site which conducts impulses towards the cell body. The cell body contains the nucleus. The axon conducts impulses away from the cell body towards the effector site or connecting neuron so it can release the neurotransmitters. Many nerve fibers are covered with myelin sheath. This is an insulation and it helps speed up the rate of conduction. The myelin sheath is formed by Schwann cells in the peripheral nervous system and by oligodendrocytes in the central nervous system. Interruptions in the myelin sheath in this picture are called nodes of Ranvier. These nodes of Ranvier help the signal move across quick. The neurons are supported and protected by large numbers of glial cells. Astroglia or astrocytes provide a link between the neurons and capillaries for physical and metabolic support, as well as contributing to the blood-brain barrier. Oligodendrocytes provide myelin for axons in the central nervous system. Microglia have phagocytic activity, so they can help engulf germs, bacteria, eat things up like debris. Epidermal cells line the ventricles and the neurotube cavity and form part of the choroid plexus. Remember, that's the choroid plexus in the ventricles that produce the cerebrospinal fluid. Then it moves on to that subarachnoid space, but it's actually produced here. Researchers are investigating specific roles that glial cells may play in areas such as synapses and intracellular communication, as well as neuronal metabolism. Remember, neurons are non-mitotic, so they cannot undergo cell division. If the cell body is damaged, the neuron will die. In the peripheral nervous system, axons can regenerate if the cell body is viable. After damage to the axon occurs, the section distal to the injury degenerates because it's not getting enough nutrients. It's typically removed by the macrophages or the Schwann cells. The Schwann cells will then try to form a new tube at the end of the remaining axon. The cell body can become larger and synthesize additional proteins to help replace the axon. Neurogenesis is the production of new neurons in specific regions of the brain, especially in the hippocampal area. It is now shown that hippocampal neurogenesis is critical in the formation of new memories and can be stimulated by lifestyle changes such as increases in exercise. So now we see how exercise can help with regenerating new memories, new neurons, and also we've seen how it can help with collateral circulation, and also cardiac. So exercise can play a big role in people if they take care of their health. Neurons communicate through action potentials, and this is an electrical signal. Here we have the movement of ions between the outside and the inside of the axon. When an action potential occurs, a molecular message is sent to neurons around it, and the action potential is an all or nothing process. Neurons possess the ability to respond to a stimulus by generating a nerve impulse, and this is because of electrical excitability that occurs. A stimulus increases the permeability of the membrane to allow sodium to flow inside the cell, depolarize it, and generate an action potential whenever the threshold is reached. The change to a positive electrical charge in the membrane causes an increase in permeability in the surrounding area, which allows the impulse to move along the membrane. Complex electrical circuits exist in the nervous system, with multiple synapses occurring on each neuron. The electrical activity of the brain is able to be monitored by attaching electrodes to the scalp and measuring those brain waves through an EEG, or an electroencephalogram. Recovery or repolarization occurs as the potassium moves out of the cell. The normal permeability of the membrane is restored, and the sodium-potassium pump will return the sodium and the potassium back to their normal locations, which is potassium in the cell and sodium outside. In myelinated fibers, the action potential is generated only at the nodes of Ranvier, and therefore the impulse can skip along rapidly, known as saltatory conduction. Generally, the larger axons will conduct impulses quicker than the smaller ones. The synapse provides the connection between the two or more neurons, or a neuron and an effector site. The speed of the action potential is influenced by the size or the diameter of the axon and by its myelination. The larger the diameter of the axon, the faster the action potential will be conducted. Myelinated axons are able to carry action potentials faster. Neurons and their targets form synapses. The neuron that generates and conducts the action potential to the target is called a presynaptic cell. The target cell receiving the action potential is called postsynaptic. The presynaptic cell is always a neuron, because neurons have axons and can form a synapse. The postsynaptic cell could be a neuron or another type of cell like skeletal cell, cardiac cell, smooth muscle cell, or even your glands. So a chemical synapse is going to involve the release of the neurotransmitters. So here we have a neuron that is releasing neurotransmitters, okay? And the neurotransmitters go into that area. If you look at the very top right, you can see where it says synaptic cleft. The neurotransmitters go in there, and the new neuron, the postsynaptic neuron, okay, or that postganglionic neuron, is going to try to take up whatever is released into that synaptic cleft so it can use it. So those receptors that you see, okay, you can see receptors on there, receptors in the skeletal muscle. For the top one, for the neuromuscular junction. On the bottom, you have the postgangliotic nerves. So there you can see that the receptors are receiving those little blue neurotransmitters. The neurotransmitters that are released can either stimulate or inhibit the postsynaptic neuron. So they can cause this postsynaptic neuron to take some action, or they can cause it to stop some action. All right, so based on what the neurotransmitter is programmed to do, it's either going to cause some action to happen, or it's going to stop some action from happening. There are several neurotransmitters. You should be familiar with these. Okay, acetylcholine, this is going to be present at the neuromuscular junction, the autonomic nervous system, the peripheral nervous system, and not as much in the central nervous system. And then you have your catecholamines, which we've pretty much been over, like norepinephrine and epinephrine and dopamine. These are present in the brain. Dopamine has a lot to do with things like Parkinson's, schizophrenia, and depression. So in Parkinson's and depression, we don't have enough dopamine. In schizophrenia, we have too much. Norepinephrine, this is a neurotransmitter in the sympathetic nervous system, and we talked about this for fight or flight. Also, norepinephrine and epinephrine, when released from the adrenal medulla, will help with things in the body, right? Because if the sympathetic nervous system is stimulated, these are going to both be released. They'll circulate in the blood and the interstitial fluid, okay? And then they'll eventually stimulate those receptors in the sympathetic nervous system. Serotonin is involved in mood, emotions, and sleep. We'll also see low levels of serotonin when someone is depressed, high levels when they're more manic. Histamine is involved in emotions, regulation of body temperature, water balance. And then you have GABA. GABA has to do with anxiety. This is the most common inhibitory neurotransmitter in the brain. So when we don't have enough GABA, people tend to be more anxious. Sometimes they can have seizures. So my mnemonic for this is GABA dabba do. Fred Flintstone is relaxed. How about you? The more GABA you have, the more relaxed that you would be. So GABA dabba do. Fred Flintstone is relaxed. How about you? And then glycine. This is the most common inhibitory neurotransmitter in the spinal cord. All right, the roles of neurotransmitters play a big role in mental health. So we look at those all the time. For example, epinephrine and norepinephrine and dopamine are excitatory, and so we see low levels linked to things like depression. The enkephalins and the beta endorphins are of interest because they can block pain in the brain and the spinal cord. And then we can develop drugs based on mimicking the way that these neurotransmitters work in the body. Okay, this you have to know. The autonomic nervous system includes the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system, and they act in opposition of one another to provide balance in the body and maintain homeostasis. The autonomic system provides motor and sensory innervation to smooth muscle, cardiac muscle, and the glands. You're usually not aware of this involuntary activity. The neuropathways in the motor fibers of the autonomic system involve two neurons and a ganglion. A ganglion is a collection of neuronal bodies that are found in the autonomic branch of the peripheral nervous system, and these ganglia can be thought of as a synaptic relay station between the neurons. The preganglionic fiber is located in the brain or the spinal cord. So here this axon will synapse with the second neuron in the ganglion outside the central nervous system, and the postganglionic fiber continues to go on to the effector organ or tissue. All right, so it's working here with the ganglion, and it gets the signal, and then it's able to send that signal out to the body. The sympathetic nervous system increases the general level of activity in the body, increasing cardiovascular, respiratory, and neurological function. The sympathetic nervous system is necessary for fight or flight or stress response, and it's augmented by increased secretions of the adrenal medulla in response to sympathetic nervous system stimuli. The preganglionic fibers of the sympathetic nervous system arise from the thoracic and the first two segments of the spinal cord. The ganglia are located on two chains or trunks on either side of the spinal cord. The neurotransmitter released by the preganglionic fibers is acetylcholine. You need to know that. So these fibers are called cholinergic fibers. Most sympathetic nervous system postganglionic fibers release norepinephrine. So preganglionic, acetylcholine, postganglionic, norepinephrine. So the postganglionic fibers are going to be cholinergic. Several types of adrenergic receptors in the tissue will respond to norepinephrine and epinephrine. Norepinephrine acts primarily on alpha receptors, and epinephrine acts on alpha and beta receptors. Motor nerves in the autonomic nervous system follow a unique two-neuron arrangement. First, the preganglionic neurons carry the signal out from the central nervous system, transmitting the impulse to the nerve cell bodies called the ganglia. Then the postganglionic neurons will get the signal from the ganglia and deliver it out to the target tissue. The neurotransmitters are the chemicals that signal the molecules to transmit the impulses from one nerve fiber to the next. In the sympathetic nervous system, the neurotransmitters relay signals from preganglionic nerves to the ganglia and from the postganglionic nerves to the target tissue. The parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system exit the brain and the spinal cord and enter relay stations known as ganglion. The parasympathetic ganglia are close to the organs that they innervate. Sympathetic ganglia are on the sympathetic chain that runs on the spinal cord and away from the organs. So messages from the brain pass from the preganglionic neuron through the ganglion to the postganglion neuron and then finally to the target organ. Preganglionic sympathetic fibers use acetylcholine. Most sympathetic nervous system postganglionic fibers release norepinephrine. The peripheral nervous system dominates the digestive system and aids in recovery of the body after sympathetic activity. There are two locations of peripheral nervous system preganglionic fibers: cranial nerves 3, 7, 9, and 10 at the brainstem level, and the sacral spinal nerves. The vagus nerve or cranial nerve 10 provides extensive innervation to the heart and the digestive tract. In the peripheral nervous system, the ganglia are scattered and located close to the target organ, and the neurotransmitter at both preganglionic and postganglionic synapses is acetylcholine. So that's different from sympathetic. Remember, sympathetic nervous system, preganglionic is acetylcholine, but postganglionic is going to be norepinephrine. So for sympathetic, preganglionic is acetylcholine, post is norepinephrine. For parasympathetic, the acetylcholine is the neurotransmitter for both pre and post. And then your receptors for norepinephrine, right, are going to be alpha, and for epinephrine, alpha and beta. For the parasympathetic nervous system, your receptors are going to be nicotinic and muscarinic. All right, nicotinic receptors are always stimulated by acetylcholine and located in all post-ganglionic cholinergic neurons in both the peripheral and sympathetic nervous system. Muscarinic receptors are located in all effector cells and may be stimulated or inhibited by acetylcholine, depending on the organ. So this is just showing you how the two systems work. On the left, you have the parasympathetic. So you have the preganglionic, and remember, preganglionic is going to be acetylcholine here. Postganglionic is going to be near that target organ. Okay, and again, you're going to have the neurotransmitter acetylcholine released here. And that is going to rest and digest. And then for sympathetic nervous system, the preganglionic neuron is usually going to be acetylcholine, all right, released. And then the postganglionic neuron is usually going to be epinephrine. And then the epinephrine will be released from the end of that terminal there and go out to the target organs to stimulate the fight or flight response. All right, so on this side, you can see the different effects on the nervous system, the parasympathetic versus the sympathetic. So as you can see, they are opposites. With parasympathetic, you have pupil constriction, whereas sympathetic, you have dilation. Parasympathetic, we have an increase in saliva. Sympathetic nervous system will have a decrease in saliva because of inhibition, and so that's what led to those ulcers in the mouth we talked about. With parasympathetic, you have a reduction in the heart rate and you'll have bronchial constriction. We also talked about this where the epinephrine is going to increase the heart rate, and we'll have dilation in those small bronchioles in the lungs, leading to increased oxygenation to the brain and the lungs during the sympathetic. We talked about how parasympathetic increases or stimulates the activity of the digestive system, whereas sympathetic will inhibit the activity of the digestive system because we don't want to crap our pants when we're running from that bear, right? It also inhibits the activity of the pancreas and the gallbladder, whereas parasympathetic will stimulate both of those. And then we have the sympathetic, which is going to stimulate the adrenal medulla to release epinephrine and norepinephrine. We'll see constriction of the urinary bladder for parasympathetic and relaxation of the urinary bladder for sympathetic nervous system. And then for parasympathetic, we have stimulation, the erection of the genitals of the woman and man, and for sympathetic nervous stimulation, we have stimulates the orgasm or the genitals of a man and a woman. So you can see that they're both totally opposite there all the way throughout. All right, so next up we'll be talking about some of the effects of that neurological damage. Neurological damage from different causes can have similarities because certain areas of the brain and the spinal cord have established or defined function. So damage to a certain area from a tumor or head injury can result in the same neurological issues. Infratentorial lesion is located in the brain stem or below the tentorium. A relatively small lesion in this location can affect many motor and sensory fibers. This can cause widespread impairment, including respiratory function, circulatory function, and level of consciousness from just a small lesion. Other effects of neurological dysfunction include local effects, effects from supratentorial and infratentorial lesions. We just heard about infratentorial, and we're going to talk about supratentorial. Effects to the left and right hemisphere, levels of consciousness, motor dysfunction, sensory deficits, loss of vision, language disorders, seizures, increased cranial pressure, herniation, and diagnostic tests. So local effects are signs related to the specific area of the brain or the spinal cord in which the lesion or the trauma is located. For an example, paresis or paralysis of the right arm would result from damage to a section of the left frontal lobe, and loss of vision that results from damage to the occipital lobe. With an expanding lesion, such as a growing tumor or hemorrhage, additional impairment is noted as adjacent areas become involved. Supratentorial is the area above the tentorium cerebelli. So this is going to be like the cerebrum, the hypothalamus, the choroid plexus, most of your ventricles. A small lesion here would cause dysfunction in a discrete area like numbness in your hand, but a lesion here would have to be pretty large before it affects your level of consciousness. The infratentorial region includes the cerebellum and the brainstem, or the areas below the tentorium. And this, just a small lesion in one of these areas, can affect motor and sensory fibers, and this can cause widespread impairment. It can affect the respirations, it can affect circulation, and the level of consciousness. Just a small lesion here can significantly impair someone. In most people, damage to the left hemisphere is going to lead to things like loss of logical thinking, the ability to analyze, other intellectual skills, as well as communication skills. For people with right-sided brain damage, we tend to see impairment in appreciation of music and art, behavioral problems, spatial orientation, and recognition of relationships may be deficient here. This can result with issues with mobility. We can also see neglect in the contralateral side of the body in these clients. So sometimes they'll have self-care deficits. People can respond differently when they have something going on neurologically. But one early change that's noted in most people with acute brain disorders is going to be a decreasing level of consciousness or responsiveness. The various levels of consciousness may present as things like lethargy, confusion, disorientation, memory loss, unresponsiveness to verbal stimuli, or difficulty in arousal. So remember, for the supratentorial lesions, those are the ones in the upper part of the cerebral hemisphere. We would have to have some sort of extensive damage there in order to lose consciousness. But just a small lesion or infratentorial lesion in that brain stem can affect your reticular activating system and your level of arousal. Remember, RAS will arouse your S. So RAS is in that midbrain in the brain stem. That's going to be affected here with the small lesion, and that's going to affect your level of consciousness. So that's one of the first things that we're going to see. I would know this is a decreased level of consciousness. All right, so what do we use when we're diagnosing that? We're going to use the Glasgow Coma scale. The most serious is loss of consciousness or coma, where the person is not able to respond to painful or verbal stimuli. The body is motionless. However, we may have some of the reflexes present. So we look at this Glasgow Coma scale to see how well they wake up, how quickly they wake up, what commands they're supposed to be able to follow, and if there's any loss of feeling like neuromuscular or lack of response there. Deep coma is the terminal stage, and this is marked by a loss of all reflexes. The client's pupils would be fixed and dilated, and they would have slow, irregular pulse and respirations. So usually for the coma scale, the Glasgow Coma scale, we like to see a number around 15. As the number starts to drop, once it gets below 12, then your person is really starting to go downhill. All right, this is your Glasgow Coma scale. Usually we like this to be around 15. Anything below 12 is indicating that your client is declining. So what things are we looking at? Are they able to open their eyes spontaneously when you walk in their room? Does it take pain for them to open their eyes? You look at the verbal response. Is the person confused? Is the speech comprehensible? And there's a few other things in there. You look at the motor response. Are they able to follow commands? Do they respond to painful stimuli, like you push down and apply pressure on the nail bed? Do they pull back from that, or are they responding to it? And then we look at posture here, the abnormal spastic flexion or decorticate posture, which is where everything's going towards the core, or the extensor rigid response, the decerebrate posture, it's going away from the core. Here, these both indicate some sort of significant brain damage. All right, you have to know these. This is a vegetative state. This is where the client has a loss of awareness. They lose their mental capabilities. This is from diffuse brain damage. However, the stem of the brain is still functioning, and since the brain stem has that medulla oblongata, which is responsible for supporting that respiratory and cardiovascular function, as well as those autonomic functions, that part still works. Okay, so we have here breathing, heart rate, but the client is not aware. They've lost their mental capabilities. And again, this is from diffuse brain damage. They do appear in the vegetative state. They have some sort of a sleep-wake cycle. So sometimes the eyes can be open, sometimes they're closed, but they're not responsive to external stimuli around them. Sometimes they do recover consciousness, but they'll have significant neurological impairments. And then locked in syndrome. This is a condition where a person with brain damage is aware and capable of thinking, but they're paralyzed and they're not able to communicate. Sometimes they can move their eyes in a yes or no response here. All right, the next one that you have to know is the criteria for brain death. Okay, this is another one you are going to have to know. A diagnosis of brain death is required most of the time to stop any medical intervention. And this is because sometimes we can maintain life artificially using the cardiopulmonary support system. So in order for us to declare someone brain dead, the following things have to occur. First, there has to be a stop of all brain function. This includes brain function of the cortex and the brainstem, and this would reflect as a flat or an inactive EEG. Absence of brainstem reflexes or responses. Absence of spontaneous respirations when the ventilator assistance is withdrawn. So we remove the ventilator, they don't start up breathing on their own. Establishment of the certainty of irreversible brain damage by confirmation of the cause of the dysfunction. So we verified that whatever's wrong with the brain, it can't be reversed and fixed. Drug overdose or hyperthermia could sometimes cause loss of brain activity temporarily. So what does this mean? We have to really make sure that the person is dead, that it's not one of those two issues. And then evaluation should be done twice by different physicians just to confirm before we actually totally remove any form of support. Damage to the upper motor neurons in the frontal lobe of the cerebral cortex or the cortical spinal tracts in the brain interferes with voluntary movement, causing weakness or paralysis on the opposite side of the body. The area affected, such as a leg or an arm, depends on the specific site of damage. Muscle tone and reflexes are often increased, leading to a condition known as hyperreflexia. And this is because the intact spinal cord will continue to conduct impulses from the brain, resulting in spastic paralysis. This frequently leads to immobility and contractures in the affected limbs. Damage to lower motor neurons causes weakness or paralysis on the same side of the body. This can occur at and below the area of damage. In the area of damage, the muscles become flaccid, lack tone, and reflexes are often absent, known as flaccid paralysis. If the cord distally is intact, the reflexes can be present and may be hyperreflexia, or may be increased in that condition known as hyperreflexia. Lower neurons are in the cranial nerves in the brain stem, and damage to these can result in ipsilateral or same-side weakness or flaccid paralysis. There are two involuntary motor responses that may occur in someone with severe brain trauma. This includes decorticate and decerebrate posturing. You need to know these, and you'll see a sample on the next page. Either can occur in someone with severe damage in the cerebral hemisphere. Decorticate responses include rigid flexion in the upper arms with adducted arms and internal rotation of the hands. The lower limbs are extended towards the core. Indecerebrate responses occur in persons with brainstem lesions and central nervous system depression, and this is because of the systemic effects from that damage. Both the upper and lower limbs are extended, as is the head, and the body will be arched. So in this, you can see A is the decorticate response with the flexion of the arms, the wrists, the fingers, adduction in the upper extremities, extension, internal rotation, plantar flexion in the lower extremities. So we call this, everything is towards the core here. In decerebrate, that's B, okay? You see that the extremities are in rigid extension there, all right? And the fists, okay, are going outwards, all right? So you see the arms on A, the arms are in towards the core. On B, they're going outwards. Sensory loss may involve touch, pain, temperature, and position, as well as special senses like vision, hearing, taste, and smell. The somatosensory cortex, located in the parietal lobe, receives and localizes sensory input from the body, and then it's mapped to correspond with the receptors in the skin or the skeletal muscle throughout the body. Mapping of those dermatomes that we looked at earlier helps with the evaluation of a spinal cord lesion. Damage to the cranial nerves or their nuclei or the assigned area of the brain can interfere with things like vision or other special senses. Because of the unique anatomy of the visual pathway, loss of the visual field depends on the site of damage in the visual pathways. At the optic chiasm, the fibers in each optic nerve will come together and divide. If the optic chiasm is totally destroyed, vision is lost in both eyes. Partial loss can result in a variety of effects depending on the particular fibers that are damaged. Your visual field is everything you see when your eyes are open. When your visual field works correctly, everything on the right side of your visual field goes to the left side of your brain, and everything on the left side goes to the right side of your brain. Each optic nerve carries visual information from both sides of the brain until they reach a point in the brain called the optic chiasm. Once the nerve fibers get there, some of them change direction. Nerve fibers from both eyes that handle the left side of your vision will go to the right side of your brain and vice versa. In homonymous hemianopia, you have symptoms that make you only see one side, either right or left of the visual field. All right, so homonymous means it affects the same side of both eyes, and hemianopia means that you have half vision loss. So here, the vision is lost from the medial half in one eye and the lateral half of the other eye. And you have to know this condition. Again, it's homonymous hemianopia, where the medial half of one eye is affected and the lateral half of the other eye is affected. So the effect is loss of the visual field on the side opposite to that of the damage. So damage to the left occipital lobe here would cause a loss in the right visual field. Other types of visual loss can occur depending on the point of damage in the visual pathway. Partial loss of vision can lead to inability to coordinate input from the right and left visual fields. So this can lead to things like diplopia or double vision, as well as loss of depth perception and that hand and eye coordination. All right, next we're going to talk about language disorders. Aphasia is the inability to comprehend or express language. There's many types of aphasia, and you have to know this. So the main types are going to be expressive, which remember that is going to be Broca's area, receptive, which is going to be Wernicke's area, and then global, which is both Broca and Wernicke. Dysphagia is partial impairment, and it's more of a common term, but the term aphasia is also often used to refer to both partial and total loss of the ability to communicate. Expressive or motor aphasia results from impairment or ability to speak or write fluently or easily or appropriately. The person may not be able to find the appropriate words or the words that have meaning or make sense. They might not be able to construct a meaningful sentence. This type of aphasia occurs when the Broca area is damaged. With receptive or sensory aphasia, it's the inability to read or understand the spoken word. So here they can speak, right? But damage to the Wernicke area in the left temporal lobe would result in receptive aphasia, where they're unable to understand the written or the spoken language. And then global aphasia commonly describes a combination of both expressive and receptive aphasia. This would be from damage to both the Broca and the Wernicke area. And again, this is going to affect their ability to both comprehend and speak. So not only can they not express themselves, but they also wouldn't be able to comprehend. Aphasia can be described as fluent or non-fluent. In fluent aphasia, the pace of the speech is relatively normal, but the speech itself has made-up words and sentences that don't make sense. You might see this in people like with dementia. We talked about that in class, okay, where sometimes they'll make up a statement. It's called confabulation. People with mental health do it too. They don't have proper words to say, so they'll make something up there. Fluent aphasia is associated with damage to Wernicke's area. Non-fluent aphasia is going to be slow, labored speech with short phases, and often small words are omitted. It's associated with damage to Broca area. Okay, so fluent aphasia and receptive aphasia are going to be Wernicke's. All right, remember that's more of sensory. They can't understand written or spoken language, but they can speak. With expressive, that's going to be Broca's area, and non-fluent, okay? So Broca is going to be non-fluent, expressive, motor, they can't speak or write easily, all right? Okay, so, and global is a combination of both. So whenever you have global, you have damage to both. So as hopefully you can tell here, this is something that you need to know. All right, and then dysarthria. This is where the words cannot be articulated clearly. This is a motor dysfunction, and this is usually from some damage to either the cranial nerves or muscle impairment. So like in someone with ALS, you might see this where they're not able to speak well. Lou Gehrig's disease. All right, so again, one more time, okay? Broca, that's going to be that expressive or that motor deficit from damage to the Broca area, left frontal lobe, where they can't speak easily or make a sentence appropriately, okay? Receptive, that is that Wernicke's area. Here, left temporal lobe, it's more of a sensory and also prefrontal lobe. They're unable to understand, so they can speak, but they don't really understand or comprehend the written or the spoken language. And then global, all right, that's going to affect both Broca and Wernicke's as well as those connecting fibers. Here, they're not able to talk or comprehend. And then remember, fluent is going to be more for Wernicke's, and non-fluent is more for Broca. Expressive or motor aphasia is the impaired ability to speak or write fluently or appropriately, meaning easily, okay? This type of aphasia occurs when the Broca area in the inferior motor cortex of the dominant frontal lobe, usually the left lobe, because that's where that dominant lobe is in most people, is damaged. Receptive or sensory aphasia is inability to read or understand the spoken word. This category does not include people that have hearing or visual impairments. The source of the problem is inability to process information in the brain. This is damage to Wernicke's area in the left temporal lobe, or I also talked about the parietal lobe here, okay, which results in that receptive aphasia. And then that global aphasia, which is the combination of the expressive and the receptive aphasia. So not only can you not speak it, you cannot comprehend it or write it. This is from major damage to the brain, the Broca and the Wernicke area, and those communicating fibers in the brain. Aphasia could also be described as fluent or non-fluent. So in fluent, remember the pace is going to be normal, but the speech has those made up words or that confabulation I was talking about, and the sentences don't make sense. Okay, fluent aphasia associated with Wernicke's. Non-fluent aphasia is going to be that slow, labored speech with those short phases that are often omitted. The small words are omitted, okay, and that is going to be more associated with Broca. Then we have a couple more words that we want to learn here. Your dysarthria, this is where the words cannot be articulated clearly. This is motor dysfunction, usually from the cranial nerve damage or muscle impairment. Again, I said this is common in people that have like Lou Gehrig's disease as the disease progresses. Okay, it's going to affect their speech, their ability to swallow and all. Agraphia, okay, this is where we have impaired writing ability. All right. And then Alexia, remember I joked with this. We have Alexis. Alexis, help me because I need to Google. I can't read. All right. So impaired reading ability with Alexa. And then remember agnosia. And I talked about my mother-in-law, Aggie, right? And the looking at the remote control and her thinking it was a sandwich. Okay. So they don't recognize certain things anymore. All right, so they can't, if they have visual agnosia, they can't recognize certain objects. If they have just regular agnosia, they have a loss of recognition or association. So I was also talking about how they might take a toothbrush and try to comb their hair with it, or take a comb and dip it in their soup because they don't recognize what the objects are for anymore. All right, now we're going to talk about seizures or convulsions. These are usually caused by spontaneous excessive discharge of neurons in the brain. It's some sort of electrical activity there that's happening, and the state can be precipitated by things like inflammation, hypoxia, or bleeding in the brain. The seizure can be focal or related to the particular site of the irritation, but it also could be generalized. A seizure is going to be manifested typically by involuntary repetitive movement or abnormal sensations. Sometimes clients will tell us that they have what we call is an aura before the seizure occurs. And this could be like a feeling, a sense, a taste. Sometimes things like strobe lights and things like that can also set this off, as well as constipation. Some of the clients do have vagus nerve stimulators, and a lot of times the automatic ones can actually sense the aura coming on. Symptoms of the seizure can be anything from mild to severe, depending on the type of seizure, and they can include things like confusion, staring spell, uncontrollable jerking or movement of the arms and legs, loss of urine and bowel or bladder function, loss of consciousness and awareness, cognitive emotional symptoms like fear or anxiety. Generalized seizures appear to involve all areas of the brain from the time that they start, and they're called generalized seizures. We also have absent seizures, so sometimes you'll see like a little kid or an adult staring into space. These used to be called petit mal seizures. These absent seizures typically cause a person to stare into space or make a subtle body movement such as eye blinking or lip smacking. Okay, these were referred to as petit mal seizures because they were less dramatic as some of the other seizures that someone can have. Okay, the next one is tonic-clonic seizures. These were previously known as grand mal seizures, meaning these are the most dramatic type of seizure. They can cause things like sudden loss of consciousness, stiffening of the body, and shaking. People will lose control of their bladder or their bowels and sometimes bite their tongue here. Next one is myoclonic seizures, and this is going to be just short little jerks or twitches of the arms and the legs, but not usually associated with any loss of consciousness. And then partial seizures, which are also called sometimes focal seizures. These usually only involve one part of the brain, only affecting a small portion of the brain. And with these clients, they'll have twitching or sometimes a strained sensation, but no loss of consciousness. And then your complex partial seizures, and these are characterized by confusion, inability to answer questions or engage. The person usually doesn't remember either part or all of the episode. And then the most serious one is status epilepticus, and this occurs when the seizure lasts longer than 5 minutes, or if we have multiple seizures very close together and the person's not able to recover consciousness between them, and that is a life-threatening condition. Okay, so we just talked about seizures. Okay, you're going to want to know about those. How does it occur? and how does it affect the body. Next, we're going to talk about increased cranial pressure, and you also have to know this concept as well. So here we're talking about the brain. Because the brain is in this rigid, non-expandable skull, we can't have any increase in pressure there. It's going to cause significant damage. The skull itself has brain tissue, blood, and cerebrospinal fluid, and the volume must remain relatively constant, maintaining that normal pressure in that cranial cavity. Temporary fluctuations in the blood flow and the blood pressure can occur whenever we cough or bend over. The fluids, the blood, and the cerebrospinal fluid are not compressible, and that's mostly because that brain is encased in that rigid, non-expandable skull. So any increase in the fluid volume, such as the blood or exudate from some sort of inflammation, any additional masses like a tumor, can cause an increase in the pressure in the brain. That is going to cause less arterial blood to be able to enter the high pressure areas of the brain, and eventually the brain tissue itself will be compressed. Because of those effects, we'll have a decrease in the function of the neurons, and brain tissue will start to die. The pressure will increase at the site of the problem initially, but then it will be dispersed throughout the central nervous system because of that continuous flow of the cerebral spinal fluid and the blood. And this is going to cause a widespread loss of function. Any changes in the pressure in the brain can be monitored directly with instruments that we can place in the ventricles. This is an invasive procedure. We can also use things like radiology or assess the level of consciousness and the vital signs. Whenever there is increased cranial pressure, usually the person has some sort of neurological problem. This can include things like brain hemorrhage, trauma, cerebral edema, infection, tumors, or accumulation of excessive amounts of cerebrospinal fluid for some reason. So on this slide, you can see the increased cranial pressure, and it's showing you the herniation, the uncal herniation of the temporal lobe into the tentorial notch. It's showing you the cerebellar herniation, and then as a result of these, we can have downward pressure on that brainstem, which can lead to possible herniations. You absolutely are going to have to know these signs and symptoms. So one of the first symptoms that we're going to see in someone with increased cranial pressure is that decreasing level of consciousness or responsiveness. And again, this comes from RAS, which is in that mid part of the brain, right? The RAS is supposed to arouse your ass. So we have too much pressure on the RAS that can decrease your level of consciousness or awareness. We can also have increasing pressure on that cerebral cortex, which is that data processing center of the brain. We can have headache, and this can be from stretching or distortion of the meninges or the walls of those large blood vessels. Vomiting, and this is because in the medulla oblongata is that center that triggers your vomiting, okay? So that emetic center there from pressure on that brain stem is going to cause that vomiting. We have increased blood pressure with an increasing pulse pressure. So what exactly does that mean? So when increased intracranial pressure increases, blood pressure also tends to rise, accompanied by a widening pulse pressure, which is the pressure between the diastolic and the systolic pressure. So here the diastolic remains pretty stable, but your systolic pressure is going to rise. And remember in class I talked about something called Cushing's triad. Okay, so this is happening because also of something called Cushing's reflex, which is a response to the ischemia in the brain, and it's leading to systemic vasoconstriction here. So as the ICP increases, it compresses the tissue in the brain, and that triggers this Cushing's reflex, which is a response in the brainstem that tells the body to raise the blood pressure and try to overcome the increased pressure in the skull and maintain adequate blood flow in the brain. So what exactly does that mean? So as the pressure in the brain increases, Okay, the tissue is compressed, which makes the heart rate go down. Okay, what else is going to go down is the respirations. Okay, and the body is going to try to counter that and increase blood pressure to get more pressure to the brain. All right, so that's called the Cushing reflex. Now, as a result of this, this is going to cause that increasing blood pressure with the increasing pulse pressure. So again, that's the difference between the systolic and the diastolic. Because our blood pressure is increasing here, our heart rate is going to slow down. Okay, so we're going to have a decrease in respirations, a decrease in the heart rate, an increase in that blood pressure. We're also going to see papillal edema, and this is because the increased pressure from the cerebral spinal fluid is causing swelling around the optic disc of the eye, and the pupils can be fixed and dilated here because of pressure on that cranial nerve 3, which controls the oculomotor area here. Again, as that ICP increases, the body is going to try to compensate. So it's going to shift more cerebral spinal fluid to the spinal cavity. It's going to increase the blood supply to the brain. The hypoxia is going to trigger vasodilation in the brain through that Cushing's reflex, and that's going to try to improve blood supply to the brain. This adds more volume in the skull, so it's only going to be effective for a short period of time. Because of the compensatory mechanisms in increased cranial pressure, sometimes the pressure is elevated before we see the signs. The first indication or the early sign of increased cranial pressure is going to be that decreasing level of consciousness or that decreased responsiveness or lethargy. And you definitely have to know this, okay? Additional early indications of increased intracranial pressure are going to be severe headaches, okay, especially early on here, okay, and that's going to be stretching of the walls of those large vessels, okay. Projectile vomiting, and this vomiting, remember I told you in class, is not associated with food. This is going to be like vomiting from The Exorcist, but it has nothing to do with food intake. This is strictly the result of that pressure in that brainstem, in that midbrain, on that emetic center in that medulla oblongata. And then they're going to have papilla edema, okay, from that increased cranial pressure and swelling of that optic disc, and then that decreased pupillary. Remember, the pupils are going to be fixed and dilated here. So this is showing you the papilla edema. This can usually be seen when we look at the retina. The optic disc will provide a window into the brain, and the cranial nerve 2 is a projection of the brain tissue surrounded by the cerebral spinal fluid and the meninges, and it enters the eye at the optic disc. It's going to be able to reflect the effects of the increased cranial pressure in the brain. So we'll have this papilla edema. All right, and it will continue as the ICP continues to rise. As the vital signs continue to rise, which they will if the ICP continues to build, okay, and this is going to be changes that are happening in the body because the body is trying to get oxygen to the brain. So the cerebral ischemia is going to develop, and that is going to stimulate that Cushing's reflex we talked about a little bit ago from the vasomotor center. So the body's going to try to increase that arterial blood supply going to the brain. This is going to cause systemic vasoconstriction as the body tries to increase the blood flow, the pressure, and force that fluid, okay, or that blood into the brain so that we can relieve the ischemia. The baroreceptors in the carotid arteries are going to respond to the increased blood pressure by slowing down the heart rate. Chemoreceptors are going to respond to the low carbon dioxide levels that are occurring in the body now, okay? And that's going to cause them to reduce the respiratory rate. So we don't have enough carbon dioxide. It's going to reduce the respiratory rate and help us retain more carbon dioxide. As improved cerebral circulation relieves the ischemia, the reflex vasoconstriction will stop momentarily. However, the increasing intracranial pressure will cause the ischemia to reoccur in a short period of time, and the whole cycle will be repeated. The brain responds to the ischemia by one mechanism. The feedback control for blood pressure, however, uses other mechanisms to protect the rest of the body, and this causes a conflict of interest. As the ICP continues to rise, so does the systemic blood pressure. So the increasing pulse pressure, or the difference between the systolic and diastolic pressure, is significant in people with ICP. This widening gap in pulse pressure is from the slow heart rate and the intermittent but rapid on-off cycle of that Cushing reflex controlling the vasoconstriction in the body. Again, what are we going to see in these clients? We're going to see a decrease in the heart rate, a decrease in the respirations, and they'll be irregular. We'll see an increase in the blood pressure and an increase in that pulse pressure. In addition to papilla edema, some specific reflex changes, there are other significant indicators that we'll see of increasing cranial pressure in the eyes. Pressure on the oculomotor nerve, or cranial nerve 3, will affect the size and the response of the pupils. Usually one pupil on the same side of the lesion becomes fixed and unresponsive to the light. It also can dilate as the peripheral nervous system fibers in the affected oculomotor nerve become non-functional. With additional pressure increasing, both pupils will become fixed and dilated or blown. Other signs of increased cranial pressure can include ptosis, or a droopy eyelid, which is another effect of the cranial nerve 3. Innervation to the muscle of the upper eyelid is often impaired, and abnormal or excessive eye movements such as nystagmus can occur. A lumbar puncture may be completed. A meter may be attached to the syringe to measure pressure. Pressure of cerebral spinal fluid is elevated when greater than 20 mm per Hg in clients with increased cranial pressure. Composition of the fluid can vary based on the cause. The cerebral spinal fluid may be pink in color and contain erythrocytes, suggesting a hemorrhage. A cloudy yellow fluid that contains numerous white blood cells may indicate infection, and abnormal protein levels in the cerebral spinal fluid could indicate a tumor or a neoplasm. If a mass, like a blood clot or a tumor, becomes large enough, it can displace the brain tissue and cause herniation. There are several types of herniation. In transtentorial herniation, the cerebral hemispheres, the diencephalon and midbrain, are displaced downward. Pressure will affect the flow of blood and cerebral spinal fluid and the reticular activating system, as well as respirations. In an uncal herniation, this occurs when the uncus of the temporal lobe is placed downward past the tentorium cerebelli, creating pressure on the third cranial nerve and the posterior cerebral artery and the reticular activating system. So this slide here is just showing you the different types of brain herniation, usually caused by some sort of intracranial pressure, okay, and the uncus, which is compressing the brain stem, and the cerebral arteries. Some of the causes also could be things like a mass, some sort of severe head trauma causing subdural or epidural bleed, or some sort of large ischemic stroke or obstructive hydrocephalus. Okay, so all these things can lead to the increased cranial pressure. And then, what would we see? Again, this can also lead to the brain herniation eventually if we don't treat the intracranial pressure. And this slide is showing you the cerebellar or the tonsillar infratentorial herniation. This develops when the cerebellar tonsils are pushed downward through the foramen magnum, compressing the brainstem and the vital centers, and it can lead to death. Diagnostically, we would look at CT scans, MRIs, or cerebral angiography, which can tell us about the blood flow. Doppler ultrasounds for assessing patency of the carotid and the intracerebral vessels. So this can tell us about obstructions, blood flow as well, and then EEG, which is going to tell us about the brain activity. We can do imaging. That can also help us look at perfusion in the central nervous system. That's a radionuclide. And we also have lumbar punctures, which would help us look at the pressure and analyze cerebral spinal fluid for any alteration in the components there. So you should know what would be in that cerebral spinal fluid and what should not be in there. And then other tools that we might use are looking at the normal reflexes, the Glasgow Coma Scale, and the level of consciousness. Okay, this is just showing you the proper location of the lumbar puncture, and we would use this to check for pressure and analyze the cerebral spinal fluid, looking at altered components. Okay, next up is acute neurological problems, brain tumors, vascular disorders, infections, brain injuries, and spinal cord injuries. Tumors are a good example of space-occupying lesions that cause increased cranial pressure because of constraints in the rigid skull and because of the dysfunction related to their location. Benign tumors as well as malignant can be life-threatening unless they're in an area that we can easily access them and remove them. Gliomas form the largest part of the primary malignant tumor, and they come from one of the glial cells, the parenchymal cells in the central nervous system. This group of tumors is further classified according to the cells that they derive from. For example, astrocytomas are the most common, and also we look at the location of the tumor itself. Tumors that develop in the meninges or the pituitary gland can cause similar neurological effects because of the pressure placed on the brain. Primary malignant tumors rarely metastasize outside of the central nervous system, but multiple tumors can be present within the central nervous system. Secondary brain tumors are common and usually metastasize from the breast or the lung tumor. They can cause effects similar to those of primary brain tumors. Diagnosis is usually made by MRI with a stereotactic biopsy providing information. Primary malignant brain tumors, particularly astrocytomas, do not usually have well-defined margins. They are invasive and have irregular projections into adjacent tissue that are hard to remove. There is inflammation around the tumor, adding to the pressure, and in some cases, obstruction of the flow of cerebral spinal fluid or of the venous sinuses that leads to increased cranial pressure. As the mass expands, it compresses and distorts the tissue around it, eventually leading to herniation. A relatively small tumor in the brain stem or cerebellum can compress the medulla oblongata within a short period of time. However, tumors in the cerebral hemispheres, especially in the silent areas, those that don't cause any obvious function problems, can grow quite large before the effects are noticeable. Astrocytomas are tumors that develop in the central nervous system. They grow from star-shaped astrocyte cells that develop in your brain. Astrocytomas can be benign, non-cancerous, or malignant, cancerous. Astrocytes are glial cells. These cells provide supportive tissue in your brain. Other glial cells include oligodendrocytes and epidermal cells. Astrocytoma is the most common glioma. A glioma is a tumor that forms when your glial cells grow out of control. The brainstem and the cerebellar tumors are common in young children, and research in the cause of these tumors continues, especially with regard to prenatal parental exposure to carcinogens and embryonic development. Tumors occur in adults most often in midlife. Adults are going to be affected more frequently by tumors in the cerebral hemisphere. The specific site of the tumor would dictate the focal signs. In some cases, focal or generalized seizures are going to be your first sign as the tumor irritates surrounding tissue. If a tumor grows rapidly, you may see signs of increased cranial pressure develop quickly. This can often be seen with morning headaches. The headaches will increase in severity and frequency. Vomiting may occur, and don't forget, you'll have those decreasing signs of decreased level of consciousness and decreased responsiveness, irritability, personality, and behavioral changes. Brainstem or cerebellar tumors can affect several cranial nerves and cause unilateral facial problems, paralysis, or visual problems. In some cases, focal or generalized seizures will be the first sign, again, as the tumor irritates the surrounding tissue. Unlike other forms of cancer, brain tumors do not cause the usual systemic signs of malignancy because they don't usually metastasize outside of the central nervous system, and usually they cause death before they're large enough to cause generalized effects in the body. We don't focus on treatments here, but surgery, chemo, those kind of things. All right, next we're going to talk about vascular disorders. This is going to be like TIAs, CVAs, or cerebral aneurysms. So TIA is transient ischemic attack, and CVA is a stroke or a cerebral vascular accident. Okay, and then cerebral aneurysm, and this is where your vessel is going to basically bulge out or possibly rupture. Vascular disorders may be hemorrhagic or ischemic in origin. If the deficit comes from a hemorrhage, the additional effects of increased cranial pressure will cause local ischemia and generalized symptoms. Global cerebral ischemia can develop secondary due to severe shock or cardiac arrest, and this occurs when the impaired perfusion of the entire brain results in loss of function and generalized cerebral edema. In mild cases, confusion, neurological dysfunction, and can develop temporarily. If severe or prolonged ischemia occurs, significant diffuse necrosis or infarction can result in a deep coma. A transient ischemic attack results from a temporary localized reduction of blood flow in the brain. Recovery usually occurs within 24 hours. TIAs can occur singly or in a series. You do need to know what a TIA is and what's the difference between that and a stroke. TIAs can be caused by partial occlusion of an artery, atherosclerosis, a small emboli, or a vascular spasm or loss of autoregulation. TIAs act as a warning sign and can lead to early diagnosis and treatment of a problem before the occurrence of a CVA or a stroke. The brain has to have a constant source of glucose and oxygen or suffer permanent damage, but not all strokes are preceded by a TIA. Signs and symptoms are directly related to the location of the ischemia. Manifestations of a TIA are directly relocated to that area of ischemia. The client remains conscious. Intermittent short episodes of impaired function can occur, such as muscle weakness in the arm or the leg, visual disturbances or numbness, and paresthesia in the face can also occur. Transient aphasia or confusion may also develop. The attack can last a few minutes or longer, but rarely lasts more than 1 to 2 hours. The signs will disappear afterwards. Repeated attacks are frequently a warning of the development of an obstruction related to atherosclerosis. A CVA or a stroke is an infarction of brain tissue that results from a lack of blood supply. Tissue necrosis can be an outcome of a total occlusion of a cerebral blood vessel by an atheroma or an emboli, which leads to ischemia, or it could be the consequence of a ruptured cerebral vessel, which causes hemorrhages and increase in cranial pressure. 5 minutes or less of ischemia can cause irreversible nerve cell damage. A central area of necrosis would develop, surrounded by an area of inflammation, and function in the area is lost immediately. The tissue can liquefy. Remember, we talked about this when we were talking about liquefy necrosis. And the tissue liquefies and it leaves this cavity in the brain. Repeated attacks are frequently a warning of the development of obstruction related to atherosclerosis. Such attacks should be investigated immediately depending on the cause to prevent permanent damage in the brain. This zone is able to regain function after the area heals if we resolve the issue, quickly. This slide is just showing you the effects of an acute hemorrhagic infarction and how it would affect the brain. It's not a great slide here, but this is from your book. So strokes are considered a major cause of disability. CVA or a stroke, again, is an infarction of the brain tissue where we have a lack of blood supply going to that tissue. Necrosis can be an outcome, which causes ischemia, or it could be the consequence of the ruptured vessel, causing a hemorrhage and increased cranial pressure. Atheromas, atheromas, which are pieces of plaque that break off, develop in the large arteries like the carotids, and this can cause narrowing of the arterial lumen by the plaque and the thrombus, and it can lead to possible TIAs and eventually infarctions. A sudden obstruction caused by an emboli lodging in a cerebral artery is the second type of stroke. The emboli can result from other materials such as tumors, air, or infection, like in someone that has endocarditis. Intracerebral hemorrhages are usually caused by a rupture of the cerebral artery in a client that has severe hypertension, and that is the third class of a stroke. Hemorrhagic strokes are frequently more severe and destructive as they affect large portions of the brain. Because of the greater increase in intracranial pressure with the hemorrhage, effects are evident in both hemispheres and are often complicated by the secondary effects of the bleeding in addition to the disruption in the blood supply. Free blood in the interstitial areas affects the cell membrane and can lead to significant secondary damage, cause vasospasms, electrolyte imbalances, acidosis, and cellular edema. So the two main types of strokes are going to be hemorrhagic and ischemic, and hemorrhagic is going to be caused by a bleed or a rupture, where ischemic is going to be caused by blockage of one of those vessels. An MRI can help us determine the cause of the stroke or also tell us about some of the dysfunction that's going on in the brain. Cerebral edema and an increasing area of infarction will likely occur in the first 48 to 72 hours, and these can lead to increases in those neurological deficits. The inflammation and the pressure in the brain has to be minimized as quickly as possible, and therapy instituted to possibly dissolve any thrombi and maintain adequate perfusion. Risk factors for a stroke include things like diabetes, hypertension, systemic lupus erythematosus, elevated cholesterol levels, hyperlipidemia, atherosclerosis, a history of TIAs, increases in age, obstructive sleep apnea, and cardiac disease. The combination of oral contraceptives and cigarette smoking are also causes here. Okay, so let's think about first diabetes and hypertension. And we talk about that constant wear and tear on the vessels. Too much sugar in the vessels eventually causes these vessels to break down over time. And with the hypertension, the constant dilation and constriction of the vessels. So all these factors cause that blood vessel to wear down, just like the rims on your underwear. Over time, you wash the underwear, you wear it, pretty soon those rims wear out and fall down around your ankles, those underwear. So the same thing is happening with your blood vessels. Okay, they're letting you down because they're not able to have that same elasticity that they had when you were young, before you develop these chronic diseases. The systemic lupus erythematosus, this can cause arthritis and other problems in the joints. Elevated levels of cholesterol and lipids in the body that lead to the atherosclerosis and the development of those erythemas. That's that plaque that can break off. History of TIAs, which can predispose people Okay, and then why the oral contraceptives and the cigarette smoking. Cigarette smoking can cause vasoconstriction, and also it can affect the antioxidants in the body and how the body fights. Also, with those oral contraceptives, they can make the blood thick because of estrogen, so that can predispose somebody to things like emboli, DVTs. All right, the emboli can also come from the erythemas when that plaque sticks to the side of the arteries. The blood coming through also likes to stick there and form blood clots. So this can happen from the carotids or from the cardiac disorder of the left ventricle. So like if someone had an acute MI, if they had AFib or endocarditis, or even if they had some sort of a prosthetic valve. All these things can lead to um, causing someone to either throw a clot or have conditions that can lead to a stroke, okay, because of the thickness, because of the blood pooling, those kind of things. Again, any severe or long-term hypertension and arteriosclerosis in the elderly can increase the risk as well for intracerebral hemorrhages. So what kind of signs are we looking at here? Okay, so one of the things that we'll do is we'll have the person put their hands over their head, we'll have them stick out their tongue, we'll have them talk, and what are we looking for? We're looking for sudden transit weakness, numbness, or tingling in the face, the arm, the leg, on one side of the body. Maybe they can't stick that tongue straight out. Maybe that smile that they're giving you is crooked. Maybe they can't put the arms up in the air. They may lose their speech, or they may not be able to comprehend. They may sound confused. They can have immediate sudden loss of vision, a sudden severe headache, unusual dizziness, or unsteadiness. Again, we want to get immediate treatment here to prevent any kind of brain damage. The National Institute of Health has developed a diagnostic stroke scale, and this helps us to rapidly diagnose anybody with SCVA. The scale helps us determine commands to look at speech capacity, level of consciousness, motor abilities, and assessment of the eye movement. The signs and symptoms can depend on the location of the obstruction and the size of the artery that's involved, as well as the functional area. We also have talked previously about collateral circulation. So if some of the small vessels around the area of the infarction have developed that collateral circulation, and remember this can be from things like exercise, okay, it can help absorb some of the blood flow and sometimes limit the size of the infarction or of the stroke. There are also silent areas in the brain where we might have dysfunction, but we might not realize it because it might not be obvious. Obstruction of small arteries sometimes don't lead to obvious signs until there are several small infarctions. In some cases, the stroke can develop slowly over a period of hours, known as an evolving stroke. Initially, flaccid paralysis is present. Spastic paralysis develops several weeks later. The functional deficits will increase during the first 48 hours as the inflammation develops at the site and then starts to subside as some of the neurons around the infarcted area begin to recover. So, treatment would be 911, transport to the hospital. We would want to know how many minutes between the time of the stroke and when we could give treatment, because they might use TPA here, which is a clot buster. It could break the clot down. Of course, you couldn't give that in anybody who was bleeding, or you wouldn't give it to anybody who had surgery. There's some other contraindications there, okay? But again, you don't have to know treatment for this, but this is just some of the things that we would do. Again, the next slide goes totally over treatments, and that's not something you're going to be tested on for this course. An aneurysm is a localized dilation in an artery. Cerebral aneurysms are frequently multiple and can occur at those points of bifurcation on the circle of Willis that we talked about earlier, those weak points where the arteries are joined together or through that anastomosis. So these berry aneurysms are going to develop wherever there's a weakness in the arterial wall where the branching occurs. The force of the blood at this point causes the bulging in the wall and it's often aggravated by things like hypertension. Initially, the aneurysms can be small or asymptomatic, but they tend to enlarge over the years until compression of the nearby structures occurs, like the cranial nerves are compressed, and that starts to cause clinical signs, or if a rupture occurs. Rupture can result from things like sudden increases in blood pressure during exertion, and it begins to bleed into the subarachnoid space, which is where the circle of Willis is located, and into the cerebral spinal fluid. That blood becomes irritating to the meninges and leads to an inflammatory response and irritation of the nerves that are passing through those meninges. The free blood can also cause things like vasospasms in the cerebral arteries, and this can cause additional perfusion problems and ischemia. Hemorrhage from the ruptured vessel causes increased cranial pressure and can lead to death. The enlarging aneurysm can cause pressure on the surrounding structures like the optic chiasm or the cranial nerves, causing a loss in the visual fields. The mass can also result in headache as tension increases on the blood vessel wall, the meninges. Headache, photophobia, and increased sensitivity of the light can occur here, and intermittent periods of dysfunction such as confusion, slurred speech, or weakness. The client can also develop mucorigidity or a stiff extended neck. A massive rupture or subarachnoid hemorrhage is manifested by an immediate severe blinding headache, vomiting, photophobia, seizure, or loss of consciousness. Death can occur shortly after rupture. So what is an actual brain aneurysm? This is also referred to as a cerebral aneurysm or an intracranial aneurysm, and it's a weak or bulging spot on the wall of the brain artery. It's like a thin balloon or a weak spot on the inner area there, and over time the blood flow in the artery continues to push against that thin area, okay? And after a while, that wear and tear will cause it to eventually rip, weaken, it can swell outward, it can rupture, it can allow blood to escape into the space around the brain, and a ruptured brain aneurysm can require advanced surgical treatment. If we're able to diagnose the aneurysm before rupture, we might be able to tie it off or clip it. In the interim, while the patient is waiting for surgery, any sudden increase in the blood pressure has to be prevented here. This way it doesn't rupture. On this slide, they used an angiogram, and they were able to put dye in there and watch the flow of the blood. And here you're able to see the berry aneurysm on here from that dye injected. You can see the bubble there with the red arrow. So initially, these aneurysms are small and asymptomatic. Again, once they start to compress the surrounding structures like the cranial nerves, we'll start to see clinical signs, or if a rupture occurs, we'll see signs. The enlarging aneurysm is going to put pressure on those surrounding structures like that optic chiasm or the cranial nerves, and this can lead to losses in the visual field or other visual disturbances. It can also cause headaches, as the tension increases on the blood vessel wall and the meninges. If it's leaking, it can cause headaches, photophobia, increased sensitivity of the eyes to light, intermittent periods of dysfunction and confusion, slurred speech, or weakness. Mucorigidity or stiff neck can develop because the blood irritates the spinal nerve roots and causes muscle contractions in the neck. A massive rupture of the subarachnoid hemorrhage is manifested by an immediate severe or blinding headache, vomiting, photophobia, and seizures or loss of consciousness. With these massive ruptures, a good outcome is not likely here. Death may occur shortly after it ruptures. Again, not responsible for treatments, okay? So you can look over that if you want, but not required for this course. All right, next we're going to talk about infections, meningitis, brain abscesses, encephalitis, and other infections, including infection-related syndromes. So we're talking about infections now. The first one is going to be meningitis. This is an infection caused by a virus, bacteria, and sometimes a parasite or fungus. It occurs in the meninges of the central nervous system. Any age group is susceptible, but usually we'll see this in college kids because it happens in people that live in close proximity. So this is going to be someone that lives in a dorm or some sort of institutionalized living where we have a lot of people living in the same area. Different age groups are going to be susceptible to different organisms that cause meningitis, and we do have vaccines to reduce the risk for some of the types of meningitis out there. Bacteria such as meningococcus can bind to the nasal pharyngeal cells, the cells in the nose, okay, cross the mucosal barrier, and then attach to the choroid plexus. Remember, the choroid plexus is in the ventricles and it produces that cerebral spinal fluid. It then enters the cerebral spinal fluid, which is pushed around to the cells of the brain and the central nervous system, and it spreads throughout the central nervous system. In children and young adults, Neisseria meningitis or meningococcus is frequently carried in the nasopharynx or the nose of those asymptomatic carriers and is going to be spread by those respiratory droplets. Epidemics are common in schools or institutions where we have close contact between the kids and the organism is easily spread. This is considered the classic meningitis pathogen. Any close contacts of affected people should receive prophylactic treatment. This type of meningitis occurs more frequently in the late winter and the early spring. So here we go. This is the patho for meningitis, and you definitely have to know this, okay? So here we have for meningitis, a common bacterial infection is one of the most common causes here. This causes the person to develop a purulent exudate. It covers the surface of the brain, and it causes the surface to appear flat. The exudate is present in the cerebral spinal fluid and in the blood vessels on the surface of the brain, and it causes the blood vessels to appear dilated. Meningitis may be secondary to other infections, so it can come from things like sinusitis or otitis. So, like when someone with a sinus infection blows their nose really hard, and those germs go up into the area of the brain. All right, or otitis, which is an ear infection. Again, it can also come from abscesses that are located where the infection can spread through the bone to the meninges. So, like an abscess tooth, it can come from head trauma or surgery. Aseptic or viral meningitis usually comes from an infection like the mumps or the measles. We need early diagnosis because of the damage that could do and how sick this really could make someone if they develop it. In meningitis, the organisms reach the brain through the blood or by nearby tissue or by direct access through the wounds. The membranes continuously flow around the central nervous system, and the cerebral spinal fluid also flows through the subarachnoid space. So, infection is able to spread rapidly through those coverings of the brain. Focal signs are absent because there's no localized mass of infection. The inflammatory response to the infection causes the increase in the intracranial pressure, and the pia and the arachnoid layers become edematous. The exudate is present in the cerebral spinal fluid, and the blood vessels on the surface of the brain appear to be dilated. So take a good look at this slide. This slide does show you some of the things that we would expect to see. So on the baby, we see that petechial rash, okay, and this is associated with the meningococcemia. Hemorrhage can occur. So these are going to happen in the adrenal glands, okay, and then meningitis can also cause vascular congestion, and we'll have thick green pus that is going to be in that subarachnoid space over both of the hemispheres. This slide shows the cerebral spinal fluid and all the neutrophils. Remember, the neutrophils are going to go there first, okay? and this is with your bacterial meningitis. In different age groups, we're going to see different causes. So in the infant or the neonate, we're going to see E. coli is the most common, and this is associated with those neurotube defects, premature rupture of the amniotic fluid, or a difficult delivery. So remember, we were talking about some of those neurotube defects, especially the myelomeningeal seal, where it's sticking outside the back and they're changing a diaper and the poop gets into that neurotube defect and causes the meningitis. Okay. In young children, meningitis is caused by bacterial infections caused by the Haemophilus influenza. And this is going to happen more often in the autumn or the winter. So think about that with the young children, influenza, and when is that flu season really? It's the autumn or the winter. And then in the elderly people, we see streptococcus pneumonia. Remember, elderly people, they get pneumonia a lot more than young people. So streptococcus pneumonia is going to be a major cause there. And that will hopefully help you remember who gets what. Remember, with babies, E. coli, poopy diapers, young children, the flu in that flu season, the autumn or the winter. Children and young adults are going to be Neisseria meningitis or meningococcus. And then streptococcus pneumoniae in that older adult. So sudden onset of meningitis is common, and usually they'll develop a severe headache, back pain, photophobia, which is that sensitivity to light, and that nuchal rigidity or that extended stiff neck, hyperextended really. And these are all from the irritation of the meninges in the central nervous system. Again, the nerves run from the meninges down the spinal cord. It's like a tightrope and it's pulling. Other clinical signs include the Koenig sign, which is resistant to the knee extension when lying with the hip flexed. So here, think Koenig, think knee extension. It hurts when they extend their knee. And the Brudzinski sign, which is neck flexion, which causes flexion of the hip and the knee. And so they'll have pain in the hips there. And again, that's from the pulling of those nerves that are running from the meninges down into that central nervous system. Vomiting, irritability, and lethargy can progress to things like stupor or seizures, can also be early indicators of increased cranial pressure. Fever and chills with leukocytosis can indicate infection. With meningococcal infections, we'll see a rose-colored petechial rash or extensive ecchymosis on the body. So that's like what we saw on the baby. Different signs include feeding problems or irritability, lethargy, high-pitched cry, and those bulging fontanelles from the increased pressure there in the baby. We can also have complications like hydrocephalus if the cerebral spinal fluid flow is blocked because of any kind of pus or adhesions, or if we have some sort of cranial nerve damage. In some cases, we can see damage to the cerebral cortex, and that can result in intellectual delays, seizures, or motor impairment. If in fulminant cases, and what this means is this is a very rapidly progressive or severe case. So in a fulminant case, this can be caused by highly virulent organisms. So the meningococcus itself was caused by a really virulent organism. And so it's rapidly progressing in the person, called a fulminant case there. And frequently meningococcal disorders can lead to things like DIC, especially if it's this type of case where we have the fulminant case, right? DIC, which is that disseminated intravascular coagulation. So, the person's going to use up their clotting factors and have a problem with bleeding. This can develop if there's a hemorrhage of the adrenal glands or if septicemia develops, meningococcal septicemia. Also, the adrenal hemorrhage can lead to things like vascular collapse or shock and death. So that can also lead to the DIC as well. So these signs result from meningeal irritation. Two other clinical signs of meningeal irritation include The Koenig sign, which is resistant to the leg or the knee extension when lying with the hip flex. So think knee extension, Koenig's. So when the knee is extended, there's pain there. And the Brzezinski sign, which when the neck is flexed, it causes flexion of the hip and the knee and pain. So for meningitis, we're going to look at the cerebral spinal fluid. We're going to get that from a lumbar puncture down around that L3, L4. And if the meningitis is present, we would expect the cerebral spinal fluid pressure to be elevated, appear cloudy with an increased number of leukocytes, and the causative organism would be determined, okay? Or if there was blood in there because of some kind of bleed or whatever, we would also see that. Again, here, I mean, you need to know about the vaccines and things like that. We'll use microbial treatment, steroids, but you're not concerned with treatment here, okay? Because I'm not testing you on that. Okay, next up is brain abscess. An abscess is a localized infection. It often can occur in the frontal or temporal lobes, and usually we have necrosis of brain tissue and a surrounding area of edema. The person's medical history can help us diagnose. These abscesses usually come from organisms that spread from like an ear, throat, lung, or sinus infection. Sometimes they can develop from either septic emboli from an acute bacterial endocarditis infection or directly from a site of injury or a surgical procedure. Focal signs would indicate neurological deficits and increases in the cranial pressure. Common organisms that lead to these brain abscesses are staphylococci, streptococci, and pneumococci. Brain abscesses usually come on slowly. Focal signs, again, would be neurological deficits and increasing cranial pressure. Encephalitis is infection of the parenchymal or connective tissue in the brain and spinal cord, especially in that basal ganglia. Remember, that's responsible for movement there. The infection can include the meninges. Necrosis and inflammation can develop in the brain tissue, and this can result in permanent damage. Early signs of infection would include things like severe headache, stiff neck, lethargy, vomiting, seizures, and fever. Encephalitis is usually viral, but it could be related to other organisms. There can be considerable delay before we would see signs in the client. You should be able to recognize the different types of encephalitis along with the signs and symptoms and understand why we develop this. The Western equine encephalitis is an arboviral infection. It's spread by mosquitoes and it occurs more frequently in the summer months and it's common in young children. The St. Louis encephalitis is found in the U.S. It primarily affects older people more seriously than the younger ones. The West Nile fever originated in the northeastern U.S., but it has spread to a number of states across the country and Canada. I call the West Nile fever the wrapper virus because it's caused by flava virus. That's how you remember it. And it's spread by mosquitoes with certain birds as a host. The focus for control is to track the spread and reduce the risk of mosquito bites in the affected areas. This infection causes things like flu-like symptoms with a low-grade fever and headache, and sometimes followed by confusion and tremors. Neuroborreliosis, or Lyme disease, is caused by a spirochete Borrelia burgdorferi transmitted by tick bites in the summertime. The site of the tick bite is usually red with a pale center, and it gradually increases in size, and eventually it forms that unique marker of a bull's eye. The bacteria disseminates through the circulation, causing first a sore throat, dry cough, fever, and headache, followed by cardiac arrhythmias and neurological abnormalities, such as facial nerve paralysis related to meningoencephalitis. So they're going to have this bull's eye wherever the tick bit them. This is a very small deer tick, and you really can't see these ticks with the naked eye. Pain, joint, and swelling can develop in the large joints, and this can progress to chronic arthritis. The effects can persist for months. Prolonged therapy is usually required with antimicrobials like doxycycline. Herpes simplex encephalitis can occur occasionally and is dangerous. It comes from the spread of herpes simplex virus type 1 from the trigeminal nerve ganglion. It causes extensive necrosis and hemorrhage in the brain and can involve both the frontal and temporal lobes. Amoebic meningoencephalitis can be caused by the amoeba Naegleria fowleri, and it thrives in that warm water, like that pond water down south. It's typically found in the summer months in the southern United States. Remember, I told you that sometimes these are ponds. They're not being fed off of any moving water. The water is stagnant, and people will bathe and do other things in this water. Okay, this is a rare infection, but it is fatal, and it results in inflammation and swelling of the brain or the spinal cord. So unless we catch it and diagnose it and treat it early, it is going to be fatal. There are other organisms that specifically target the central or the peripheral nervous system. For instance, rabies or hydrophobia. This is caused by a virus transmitted by those rabid animals, and you would see this in animals that are really like nocturnal. A lot of times that are out there in the daytime. Sometimes these animals will foam at the mouth. The virus can travel along the peripheral nerves to the central nervous system, where it causes severe inflammation and necrosis, especially in the brainstem and the basal ganglia. Signs and symptoms are going to be a headache, fever, nervous hyperirritability, and sensitivity to touch and seizures. The virus can travel through the salivary glands, causing difficulty swallowing, and this is caused by muscle spasms. Foaming at the mouth is going to be typical here. This can lead to respiratory failure and death if not treated. Tetanus or lockjaw is caused by Clostridium tetani. This is a spore-forming bacillus that survives in soil for years. In the vegetative form, it's an anaerobe that thrives deep in the tissue, for example, in a puncture wound, like somebody stepped on a nail, a dirty nail, and that nail went into their foot. This exotoxin can enter the nervous system and cause tonic muscle spasms. Symptoms of an active infection include jaw stiffness, difficulty swallowing, a stiff neck, headache, skeletal muscle spasms, and this can lead to respiratory failure. Poliomyelitis or infantile paralysis is rare in North America, but it still happens in other parts of the world. There is currently an immunization program trying to combat this epidemic in West and Central Africa. Large numbers of young children have been infected and are currently faced with the threat of paralysis. The poliovirus is highly contagious through direct contact or oral droplets. It's able to reproduce in the lymph tissue, in the oral pharynx, and the digestive tract, and then eventually it will enter the blood and the central nervous system. The virus is able to attack the motor neurons of the spinal cord and the medulla oblongata. This causes minor flu-like symptoms in many cases, but paralysis and respiratory failure in other cases, depending on how badly it destroys the body. Symptoms can include things like fever, headache, and vomiting, followed by typical stiff neck pain and flaccid paralysis. Microorganisms such as Candida albicans or Toxoplasma gondii can cause infections in the brain in clients that are immunosuppressed because these are opportunistic infections. They take advantage of people that are immunocompromised. Herpes zoster or shingles can cause the varicella zoster virus in an adult. This is seen years after the primary infection of varicella or chickenpox, which usually happens in childhood. Shingles usually affects one cranial nerve or one dermatome, a cutaneous area innervated by a spinal nerve. Pain, paresthesia, and a vesicular rash can develop in a line, and it's usually unilateral. This can occur on the face, following the trigeminal nerve, or along the path of a lumbar nerve from the spine extending around one side of the hip area. The lesions persist for several weeks and then clear up in the majority of cases. Older individuals can develop post-herpetic pain, neuralgia, or pain that continues even after the lesions disappear. In clients with immunodeficiencies, the lesions tend to spread locally. Visual impairment can also result from an involvement of the ophthalmic division of the trigeminal nerve. There are vaccines available for this. Post-polio syndrome occurs approximately 10 to 40 years after a client recovers from the original infection, and this can lead to progressive and debilitating fatigue, weakness, pain, and atrophy. The more severe the original infection was, the more severe the effects of the post-polio syndrome will be. So this is 10 to 40 years after the original case of polio. Reye's syndrome. The cause for Reye's syndrome has not yet been determined, but it is linked to viral infections such as influenza, and we tend to see this in young children that have been treated with aspirin while they had this viral infection. The virus will typically appear 3 to 5 days after the onset of the original viral infection. We'll see major pathological changes in the brain and the liver. Here, a non-inflammatory cerebral edema will develop. This will cause an increase in cranial pressure. Brain function is going to be severely impaired by the cerebral edema and the effects of the high ammonia levels in relation to the liver dysfunction. The liver becomes enlarged and it develops fatty changes, which can cause acute liver failure. Jaundice won't be present here, but they will have elevated levels of liver enzymes. The metabolic abnormalities include things like hypoglycemia, increased lactic acid in the blood and body fluids, and this can contribute to acute encephalopathy. In some cases, the kidneys are affected because of the fatty degenerative changes, and it can lead to increases in the urea and the creatinine levels. Manifestations can vary with the encephalopathy. Initially, what we'll see is lethargy, headache, and vomiting, and these are quickly followed by things like disorientation, hyperreflexia, hyperventilation, seizures, stupor, or coma. There is no immediate cure here. All right, next is Guillain-Barré syndrome, also known as post-infectious polyneuritis, so you might see it listed either way. This is an inflammatory condition of the peripheral nervous system. The cause of the Guillain-Barré is unknown. However, they do believe that there's some connection with an abnormal immune response, possibly from some autoimmune response, and usually we see this after a viral infection or some immunizations can lead to this. So the client will have local inflammation accompanied by an accumulation of lymphocytes. We'll see demyelination and axon destruction. These changes are caused by the impaired nerve conduction, particularly in those efferent or motor fibers, but it can also affect the afferent, sensory, and autonomic fibers. If the cell body is able to remain alive through the acute period, sometimes the axons are able to regenerate. Initially, in the inflammatory and degenerative process, we'll see the peripheral nerves in the legs be affected. The inflammation will then ascend to involve the spinal nerves, the trunk and the neck, and also the cranial nerves. So we'll have local inflammation, accumulated lymphocytes, demyelination, axon destruction, and all these are going to be causing impairments in the nerve conduction. So the critical period here is when the ascending paralysis involves the diaphragm and respiratory muscles. Recovery is usually spontaneous, with manifestations diminishing in reverse order. So this is going to start at the legs and work its way up towards the chest and the facial area, and then it goes back down the opposite way. So it'll be motor function is going to be regained first here in the upper body, and then we'll see improvement in the trunk and the lower extremities. So signs and symptoms for Guillain-Barré are progressive muscle weakness and areflexia starting in the legs. It's ascending, so it's going to lead up towards the chest. The person would develop flaccid paralysis, which can be accompanied by things like paresthesia, pain, general muscle aches. As the paralysis advances upwards, it can affect vision and speech. The process occurs rapidly over a few hours or several days, and if it affects their swallowing or their respiration, it could be life-threatening. The autonomic system impairment can occur, and this would be manifested as cardiac arrhythmias or fluctuating blood pressures, what we know as libel blood pressures or fluctuating blood pressures, and loss of the ability to sweat. Next up is brain injuries. These can involve skull fractures, hemorrhage, and edema, or direct injury to the brain tissue. The injury could be mild, causing only bruising of the tissue, or severe and life-threatening, causing destruction of the brain tissue and massive swelling of the brain. The skull can help protect the brain, but it can also destroy it through means of bone fragments that are able to penetrate or compress the brain tissue, and by its inability to expand and relieve that pressure. So a concussion is also termed a mild traumatic brain injury. It is reversible. It interferes with brain function temporarily. It can result from a mild blow to the head that causes sudden excessive movement of the brain and disrupts the neurological function or leads to loss of consciousness. Amnesia or memory loss and headaches can follow a concussion. Recovery with no permanent damage usually occurs within 24 hours. Someone that has recurrent concussions, like football players and boxers, can have permanent brain damage because of the progressive loss. A contusion is bruising of the brain tissue, and here we will see rupture of small blood vessels and edema. This usually comes from a blunt blow to the head. The possibility of the residual damage would depend on the force of the blow and the degree of the tissue that was damaged. A closed head injury occurs when the skull is not fractured, but the brain tissue is injured. The blood vessels can be ruptured by the force that's exerted against the skull. Extensive damage can also occur if the head is rotated with any considerable force. Open head injuries typically involve fractures or penetration of the brain by some missile or sharp object. With a depressed skull fracture, this involves displacement of a piece of the bone below the level of the skull. Here we'll have compression of the brain tissue. With this type of fracture, the blood supply is going to be impaired and we'll see considerable pressure being exerted on the brain. Basilar fractures occur at the base of the skull, and they're often accompanied by leaking of the cerebral spinal fluid through the ears or the nose, often called otorrhea or rhinorrhea. These fractures can happen when the forehead hits the car windshield with considerable force. Cranial nerve damage and dark discoloration around the eyes are common. A battle sign is a bruise that indicates a fracture at the bottom of the skull near the mastoid. Sometimes these people will also have raccoon eyes. This is referred to as bruising around both eyes, and it's related to a skull fracture. You might also notice that clear fluid draining from the client's ears and nose. Sometimes you can put a piece of gauze underneath the nose and you'll see a concentric ring or a halo, which indicates cerebral spinal fluid. We'll also test that fluid for glucose. This is caused by a tear in the covering of the brain due to the trauma. A contracoup injury occurs when an area of the brain contralateral to the site of the direct damage is injured as the brain bounces off the skull. This kind of injury can be secondary to acceleration or deceleration injuries in which the skull and the brain hit a solid object, causing the brain to rebound against the opposite side of the skull, usually causing minor damage. But this can cause significant damage, especially in a baby, in a baby with shaken baby syndrome. Okay, that's what's happening. That brain is bouncing off of the skull. So this is just showing you the impact of the closed head injury, okay, the direct injury on A, and the contracoup where the brain goes and bounces against its own skull. And this is showing the different types of open head injury. You can have the depressed fracture, which would push the skull down, leading to bleeding and edema. You can have an actual skull fracture where the bone fragments can penetrate the brain. Primary brain injuries are direct injuries such as lacerations or crushing of the neurons, glial cells, and blood vessels in the brain. They also can involve a laceration or compression of the brain tissue by a piece of bone or foreign objects, or rupture or compression of the cerebral blood vessels. The application of unusual force may rotate or shift the brain inside the skull. The brain tissue may be damaged by the rough and irregular inner surface of the skull or by the movement of the lobes of the brain against each other, known as a shearing injury. Secondary brain damage is caused by the development of additional injurious factors. Secondary injuries can result from additional effects of cerebral edema, a hemorrhage, a hematoma, cerebral vasospasms, infection, and ischemia that are related to systemic factors. So this slide here shows you the effects of the head injury based on whether it was primary damage, a skull fracture, a contusion, brain motion, okay, and then what would we expect to see as a result of that. So take a good look at it. It comes from your book, and they do like to test you on the tables in your book. Any trauma to the brain tissue causes loss of function in that part of the body that's controlled by the area of the brain that was damaged. Cell damage and bleeding can cause inflammation and vasospasms around the site of the injury, increased intracranial pressure, further ischemia, and dysfunction. The central area of damage will undergo necrosis and be replaced by scar tissue or a cyst. A hematoma is a collection of blood that occurs in the tissue, and it develops from ruptured blood vessels immediately after an injury or after some delay. A hematoma can also develop after surgery. Hematoma and hemorrhages are classified by their location in relation to the meninges. All right, so this is giving you the different views of the types of hematomas and the meninges. You have first in A, the extradural or epidural hematoma. Here the blood is filling the space between the dura and the bone. Then you have the subdural hematoma, where the blood is filling the space between the dura and the arachnoid. And then you have the intracerebral hematoma, and what this is an actual collection of blood inside the skull. It can collect in the brain tissue or underneath the skull and press on the brain. So this is usually caused by a blood vessel that burst in the brain, but also could be from a fall or some kind of head injury. The epidural hematoma usually results from bleeding between the dura and the skull, and it's usually caused by tearing of the middle meningeal artery in the temporal region. This person can lose consciousness. Signs will usually occur within a few hours of the injury. The subdural hematoma develops between the dura and the arachnoid. Often there's a small tear in the vein, which causes the blood to accumulate slowly. A hematoma can be acute. Signs may be present in about 24 hours, or subacute, where increasing pressure develops over a week or so. A chronic subdural hematoma usually develops in the older adult with brain atrophy because this allows more space for it to develop. A tear in the arachnoid can allow cerebrospinal fluid to leak into the subdural space and create additional pressure. In all types of hematomas, when the bleeding leads to local pressure on the adjacent tissue, we'll see an increase in intracranial pressure. A hematoma will disintegrate in about 7 days after the injury. When the blood accumulates slowly, the blood cells undergo hemolysis, and the fluid in the area of the cell can break down and place osmotic pressure on that area, drawing more and more water into the area. This can increase the size and the pressure of the mass and also increase the intracranial pressure. The subarachnoid hemorrhage occurs in the space between the arachnoid and the pia. It's associated with traumatic bleeding from blood vessels at the base of the brain. Because the blood mixes with the circulating cerebral spinal fluid, a localized hematoma cannot form. Intracerebral hematomas result from a bleed in the brain or the blood vessels. It's actually the blood vessels here, okay, in the center of the brain, and they're bleeding and they lead to this intracerebral hematoma. This can come from like a contusion or a shearing injury, and it may develop several days after the injury. This is an image of a chronic subdural hematoma. Remember, this usually happens in the older adult. And here we have compression of the underlying brain and lateral ventricles. All types of hematomas lead to local pressure on the adjacent tissue. This can lead to general increases in the intracranial pressure. Causes include in young adults, sports injuries, automobile or motorcycle accidents, and falls in the older adult, but falls can also be a common cause in any age group, actually. All right, so in all types of hematomas, again, we're going to have local pressure on the adjacent tissue. That's going to cause an increase in intracranial pressure. So the person would manifest the general signs of increased cranial pressure. This could be seizures, which are often focal, but they could be generalized. And this is because of blood irritation in the area. The cranial nerve impairment can also occur, especially in people who have sustained basilar fractures. We can have otorrhea or rhinorrhea, which is leaking spinal fluid from the ear or the nose. This often occurs with fractures or tearing of the meninges. This also allows fluid to pass out of the subarachnoid space, and the openings there can allow organisms to enter the brain. Fever can also be a sign of hypothalamic impairment or some dysfunction of the cranial system. Stress ulcers can develop from increased gastric secretions here. Again, you don't need to know treatments here, but we would do CTs, MRIs, steroids, antibiotics, surgery, and oxygen and other products if necessary. Injury to the spinal cord usually results from fracture or dislocation of the vertebrae. This compresses, stretches, or tears the spinal cord. Supporting ligaments and the intervertebral disc can be damaged. Most injuries occur in areas of the spine that provide more mobility but less support, such as C1 through C7 and T12 through L2. Cervical spine injuries can result from hyperextension or hyperflexion of the neck with possible fracture. Usually damage to the disc and the ligaments occurs, leading to dislocation, loss of alignment of the vertebrae, and compression or stretching of the spinal cord. Dislocation of any of the vertebrae may crush or compress the spinal cord and compromise the blood supply. Compression fractures cause injuries to the spinal cord when great force is applied to the top of the skull or to the feet and then transmitted up or down the spine. Diving into an empty pool, jumping from a height and landing on the feet, or having an object fall on a standing person's head can cause this type of injury. The shattered bone is compressed and protrudes, exerting pressure horizontally against the spinal cord. The sharp edges of the bone fragments can lacerate or tear nerve fibers and blood vessels. Spinal cord damage can also result directly from penetration injuries such as a stab or a bullet wound. So this slide just shows some examples of some of the injuries that can occur with a spinal cord injury. Any dislocation of the vertebrae could crush or compress the spinal cord and compromise the blood supply. Cervical spine injuries can result from hyperextension or hyperflexion of the neck. Compression fractures cause injury to the spinal cord or if great force is applied to the top of the skull or the feet. Okay, now I'm going to go over classification of fractures, and you do need to know this. Okay, vertebral fractures can be classified as simple, meaning a single line break, or compression, where we have crushed or shattered bone in multiple sections of the fragments. Wedge, where we have a displaced angular section of bone. Dislocation, where the vertebrae is forced out of its normal position. Spinal cord injuries are often unstable, and immediate appropriate immobilization is essential to prevent secondary damage. So you should know these classifications. Again, simple is a single line break. Compression is going to be crushed or shattered bone in multiple fragments. A wedge is a displaced angular section of bone, and dislocation is where the vertebrae is forced out of its normal position. Damage to the spinal cord can be temporary or permanent. Nerves in the spinal cord do not undergo mitosis, but axons are able to regrow. Laceration of the nerve tissue by bone fragments usually results in permanent loss of conduction in the affected nerve tract. Complete transection or severing or crushing of the spinal cord causes irreversible loss of all sensory and motor function at and below the level of injury. A partial transection or crushing injury can allow recovery of some of the function. Bruising is reversible damage involving mild edema and mild bleeding that temporarily impairs conduction of the nerve impulse. Compression of the cord must be relieved quickly in order to maintain an adequate blood supply. Any prolonged ischemia or necrosis will lead to permanent damage. Bleeding and inflammation can create additional pressure and interfere with the blood flow. Edema and hemorrhage can extend several segments above or below the level of the injury. Damaged tissue also releases mediators like norepinephrine, serotonin, and histamine to the area. These cause vasoconstriction, leading to possible local ischemia, possible necrosis as well. Destructive enzymes are released and they can cause more inflammation or necrosis. Initially, loss of function may appear to be extensive because of the additional compression, but as the edema subsides, partial recovery of the function can occur sometimes. Regular assessment of movement and sensory response using the dermatome map can help determine the degree of damage or how much recovery a person has made when we're looking at a spinal cord injury. When the injury occurs in the cervical region, inflammation can extend upwards to the level of C3 to C5. This can interfere with the phrenic nerve innervation to the diaphragm and therefore affect the person's respirations. Ventilatory assistance may be required here. When a person's in spinal shock during the initial period after the injury, the autonomic nervous system reflexes are absent and conduction of the impulses will stop. This is known as spinal shock. The extent of the injury, the amount of bleeding, and the need for surgical intervention help determine the rate and the degree of recovery. Inflammation gradually subsides. Phagocytes will remove the damaged tissue and the scar tissue will start to form. At this time, reflex activity resumes in the spinal cord below the level of the injury. Any undamaged tracts will continue to conduct impulses through the level of the damage. The control of the reflexes below the level of the damage is lost here. This slide is showing you the effects of the spinal cord damage. Okay, so during the spinal shock period or immediately following the injury, we'll have normal function above the level of inflammation. Depending on where that injury occurs, the phrenic nerve could be impaired. Below that level of the injury, we may not have function, we may not have sensory or motor impulses or reflexes here. So we'll have flaccid paralysis, lack of sensation, urinary retention, paralytic ileus, low, all over the place, or liable blood pressure, and the sensory stimulus is blocked at the spinal cord entry point. So just to make it easier for you to understand, spinal shock is a temporary neurological condition, and it often happens after a spinal cord injury. Here we'll have a sudden loss of motor and sensory function, as well as reflexes and autonomic control below the level of the injury. Other symptoms can include alterations in control of the body temperature and the sensory response. So for these people in spinal shock, we would see flaccid paralysis, absent reflexes. They may have problems controlling their bladder and their bowels. Typically, we know that these clients are improving or getting better when the reflexes start to return, the muscle starts to return, and they start to feel sensation below the actual site of the injury. And this could be over a period of days or a few weeks. So there are two stages in the post-traumatic period, the early stage of spinal shock and increasing impairment, followed by the recovery and the recognition of the extent of the functional loss. During the initial period of the spinal shock, all neurological activity will cease at, below, and slightly above the level of the injury. No reflexes are present, including the skeletal muscle system, the sensory and the autonomic system, the bladder, and the bowel function. This condition can persist for a few days or weeks. And during the period of spinal shock, we'll have flaccid paralysis, sensory loss again at and below the injured area, and absence of all reflexes, and loss of center control of the autonomic function. In a client with a cervical injury, this would include loss of control of vasomotor tone, blood pressure, diaphoresis, and body temperature, and bowel and bladder emptying. The blood pressure will be low and liable, meaning it's all over the place. The urinary retention and paralytic ileus are also present. Okay, and you do need to know this. Again, that's why I'm going over it. So recovery from spinal shock is indicated by the gradual return of those reflexes below the level of the injury. No impulses, including reflexes, can pass through the specific area of the damaged neurons. In most cases, hyperreflexia develops because of the normal inhibitory or dampening impulses that are not able to reach the cord levels below the injury. After the recovery from spinal shock and the return of the reflexes, spastic paralysis, sensory deficits, and reflex or neurogenic bladder and bowel function, such as urinary incontinence and reflex defecation, are present below the level of the damage. Gradually, the extent of the permanent damage is revealed. Voluntary motor activity and sensory impulses are blocked at the level of the damage. Effects of the permanent damage depend on the level at which the spinal cord trauma occurred. For example, cervical injuries would affect motor and sensory function in the arms, trunk, and the legs, as well as respiratory function, sympathetic nervous system function, T1 through L2, and sacral parasympathetic fibers. In clients with cervical injuries, respiratory function may continue to be a problem of concern due to phrenic nerve impairment, loss of those intercostal muscles, and that innervation process there. The blood pressure again and the body temperature could be liable because of central control of the vasomotor tone and diaphoresis being absent here. All right, you also need to know the different types of paralysis here. So we can have paralysis in all four extremities. Four means tetraplegia, or quadriplegia. Paraplegia is paralysis of the lower part of the trunk and the legs. Any trauma in the lumbar region can interfere with function in the lower extremities and the sacral parasympathetic nerves. Partial cord injuries can lead to different patterns of impairment. For example, ipsilateral or same-side paralysis and contralateral loss of pain and temperature sensation. This depends on the point of decussation. Remember, that's where that crossover occurs and the location of the specific injured tracts. Decussation, once again, is the crossing of the nerve fibers in that central nervous system. All right, next we're going to talk about autonomic dysreflexia, and this is a massive sympathetic reflex response that cannot be controlled from the brain. It's often initiated by infection, genital stimulation, or other stimuli. So when someone has a cervical spine injury, with that injury, we can have stimulation of the sympathetic nervous system resulting in this autonomic dysreflexia. This is a serious complication that's caused by a sensory stimulus triggering this massive sympathetic reflex response that cannot be controlled from the brain. The trigger can be noxious stimulus in the body. Most of the time, this is going to be from a distended bladder or a decubitus ulcer. The sensory stimulus to the sympathetic nervous system below the level of the injury can stimulate the entire chain of the sympathetic nervous system ganglia. This causes excessive vasoconstriction with a sudden increase in blood pressure, severe headache, and visual impairment. Bradycardia also accompanies this syndrome as the baroreceptors sense the high blood pressure and respond through the vagus nerve by slowing the heart rate. So you need to know. Okay, so we start with that stimulus, that bladder distension, that pain, that constipation. This stimulus enters the spinal cord and ascends to the level of damage. The stimulus is blocked, and that activates the sympathetic nervous system below the lesion. The sympathetic nervous system causes systemic vasoconstriction, which leads to high blood pressure, headache, and visual problems. Then we have that spinal cord damage there. Baroreceptors are going to sense the high blood pressure. At the same time, the vasomotor center is going to stimulate the vagus nerve to slow down the heart rate. The vagus nerve is going to cause the heart to develop bradycardia here. And then we'll have inhibition of the sympathetic nervous system because it's blocked by the damage in the spinal cord. Here we need to remove the stimulus here, which is going to be that pain or that bladder distension. So like if it's bladder distension, we'd want to catheterize that person, get rid of that urine, okay? And that would help us remove the cause to lower the blood pressure. So we have to remove that cause here to lower that blood pressure. Again, this is showing that autonomic dysreflexia after the spinal cord damage. So we have that stimulus below the level of injury, like the distended bowel or the bladder. That's going to send that afferent or that sensory impulse up the spinal cord. All right. That's going to cause a massive sympathetic response, but it's going to happen below the level of injury. So we're going to see widespread vasoconstriction, hypertension. Baroreceptors in the blood vessels are going to detect the hypertensive crisis and signal the cranial nerves in the brain. And then we'll have descending inhibitory signals that are blocked at the injury of that spinal cord. Okay, and the cranial nerve here is going to trigger cranial nerve 10, that vagus nerve, the heart, to slow down. So some complications that go along with that spinal cord injury are going to be because of immobility and loss of function. These clients can develop contractures from the muscle spasms. They can develop D-cube ulcers. Also, respiratory and urinary tract infections are going to be frequent here. They can also have sexual dysfunction and problems with reproductive issues. Okay, so they also are going to be affected psychologically. Men can have neurogenic reflex erections. The penetration depends on sustaining the reflex, which can be difficult. Some of these men are going to be having these high level spinal cord injuries, and so they're not going to be fertile. Again, this is going to affect their ability to reproduce, so it can affect them physically and psychologically. With women, they're usually able to resume their menstrual cycle once they've recovered from the acute trauma and bear children, but they'll need close monitoring, and vaginal deliveries here may be hard. Okay, we're not doing treatment here, but rehab, immobilization, steroids. Next up are the congenital neurological disorders, hydrocephalus, spina bifida, and cerebral palsy. So hydrocephalus, this is a condition where we have excess cerebral spinal fluid accumulating in the skull. It compresses the brain tissue and the blood vessels. It's sometimes called water on the brain. In the majority of these cases, there is a normal production of the cerebral spinal fluid, but there's a problem with the reabsorption of it. So there are two types of hydrocephalus. We have non-communicating or obstructive hydrocephalus, and this is happening in a baby when the cerebral spinal fluid that's supposed to be flowing through the system is blocked at the aqueduct of Sylvius. In your communicating hydrocephalus, the absorption of the cerebral spinal fluid is impaired through the subarachnoid villi, and this results in increased pressure of cerebral spinal fluid in the system. So you need to know the difference between those two. So again, in non-communicating or obstructive, the cerebral spinal fluid is blocked at that aqueduct of Sylvius, and in communicating hydrocephalus, we have an impaired absorption of the cerebral spinal fluid through that subarachnoid villi. Developmental abnormalities are the most frequent cause of the hydrocephalus. So this would be things like stenosis or atresia. We don't have a canal or an opening at the connecting channels between the ventricles. Obstruction can also develop at any age from things like tumors, infection, or scar tissue. Meningitis can also cause obstructive hydrocephalus during the acute infection phase, or it can lead to things like fibrosis in the meninges that can impair the absorption. In neonates or infants, the skull is able to expand a little bit in those early stages of hydrocephalus to relieve the pressure. But if the condition is not treated quickly, brain damage can be permanently sustained. In the older child or the adult, the increased cranial pressure can increase rapidly because of the fused sutures of the skull, and that can prevent expansion to accommodate the increase in that increased volume of cerebral spinal fluid. In non-communicating hydrocephalus, the flow of the cerebral spinal fluid through the ventricular system is blocked. This often happens because of abnormal fetal development. So maybe the baby has stenosis or a neurotube defect. In many infants, we may see a myelomeningocele, or they may have something known as Arnold-Chiari malformation. The obstruction causes an increase in the back pressure of the fluid in the ventricles of the brain, and that dilates or enlarges the ventricles, compressing the blood vessels and the brain tissue. In communicating hydrocephalus, absorption of the cerebral spinal fluid through the subarachnoid villi is impaired, and that results in increased pressure of cerebral spinal fluid in the system. In some babies, the skull can expand to some degree in the early stages to relieve the pressure, but if not treated quickly, the brain tissue can be permanently damaged. Because the sutures of the skull have not yet closed, the infant's head is able to enlarge beyond the normal size as the amount of fluid increases. However, excess cerebral spinal fluid can accumulate and more is produced here than absorbed because of the obstruction. And eventually, the pressure of that fluid can cause damage. In older children and adults, the increased cranial pressure increases more rapidly because the skull is sutured or fused together there. All right, so there's no way for it to expand. The amount of brain damage would depend on the rate at which the pressure increases and the time that elapses before relief occurs. Brain damage can result in major physical disabilities and intellectual impairment here. So this is showing us in the hydrocephalus how the aqueduct of the sylvius is blocked. We have the dilation or the enlargement of the ventricles, and that leads to compression of the brain. Also, we have ischemia and necrosis of that brain tissue. We have the dilated lateral ventricles and the blockage of the cerebral spinal fluid in the bottom picture. Signs of increasing cerebral spinal fluid depend on the age of the patient. In the infant with whom the sutures have not yet closed, the head can enlarge and fontanelles can bulge in the early stages of hydrocephalus. Recording head size would be a standard procedure after birth and during routine exams. In a patient with hydrocephalus, the scalp veins will appear dilated and the eyes will show the sunset sign like in this picture, in which the white sclera is visible above the colored pupil there. The pupil response is going to be sluggish to light, and the infant will be lethargic but irritable and difficult to feed. They typically will have a high-pitched or a shrill cry whenever they're moved or picked up. The condition must be diagnosed and treated as soon as possible to minimize potential brain damage. In older children and adults, there's no way for the head to enlarge, so they'll see classical signs of increased cranial pressure as the volume of the cerebral spinal fluid expands here. This can include, right, decreasing level of consciousness, decreased memory, difficulty coordination, impaired balance. Often, urinary incontinence is going to be present, and depending on the underlying cause, other manifestations may also be present. Spina bifida is a group of neurotube defects that are congenital anomalies, and they vary in severity. They're common with developmental defects, with myelomeningocele occurring in many. The problem in spina bifida is the failure of the posterior spinous processes on the vertebrae to fuse, and this can permit the meninges and the spinal cord to herniate and cause neurological impairments. There are three types of spina bifida that are common: spina bifida occulta, and this develops when the spinous processes do not fuse. The meningocele is the same bony defect, but here we'll have herniation of the meninges through the defect. The meninges and the cerebral spinal fluid will form a sac on the surface. The transillumination would confirm the absence of nerve tissue in the sac. And then we have myelomeningocele. This is the most serious form of spina bifida. Here we have herniation of the spinal cord and the nerves, along with the meninges and cerebral spinal fluid, and this results in considerable neurological impairment. Spina bifida occulta develops when the spinous processes do not fuse, but herniation of the spinal cord and meninges does not occur here. The defect may not be visible, but they may have a dimple or a tuft of hair on the skin over the site. It's usually diagnosed through routine x-ray or when mild neurological signs manifest because of tension on the cord while the child is growing. Meningocele is the same bony defect, but herniation of the meninges occurs through the defect, and the meninges and the cerebral spinal fluid form a sac on the surface. The transillumination of the area will confirm the absence of nerve tissue in the sac. Neurological impairment is usually not present. However, infection or rupture of the sac can lead to neurological damage. The myelomeningocele is the most serious form of spina bifida. Here we have herniation of the spinal cord and the nerves, along with the meninges and cerebral spinal fluid. This results in considerable neurological impairment. The location and the extent of the herniation determine how much function is lost. This defect is often seen in conjunction with hydrocephalus. All right, so this is an image of all three so that you can see the difference in what we just spoke about on the previous slide. Again, myelomeningocele is going to be the most serious, and with this one here, we usually don't have an outside defect, but you'll have that tuft of hair there. Now, spina bifida appears on a multifactorial basis with a combination of genetic and environmental factors that contribute to its development. There's a high familial incidence of spina bifida, and it's associated with defects such as anencephaly, absence of the cerebral hemispheres, and superior cranial vault. Environmental factors include exposure to radiation, gestational diabetes, deficits of vitamin A or folic acid. Folic acid supplements are recommended before conception and for the first 6 weeks of pregnancy as a preventative measure. So you really just want to give this to all young girls that are capable of becoming pregnant because sometimes it wasn't planned. Research has also shown that supplementation reduces the incidence of this disorder. Alpha fetoprotein that has leaked from the defect into the amniotic fluid surrounding the fetus causes an elevated level in the maternal blood if we draw the fluid at 16 to 18 weeks. The amniocentesis can be analyzed and we can detect the presence of the elevated alpha fetoprotein, and the possible presence of spina bifida could also be diagnosed prenatally by ultrasound. Signs and symptoms of spina bifida. So meningocele and myelomeningocele are visible as a protruding sac over the spine. In myelomeningocele, the extent of the neurological deficit depends on the level of the defect and the status of the nerve tissue. But both sensory and motor function at and below the level of the herniation is going to be impaired. Some degree of muscle weakness or paralysis will be present. The bladder and the bowel control are usually going to be impaired, and depending on the level of damage and the availability of reflexes and sphincter control, there may be both fecal and urinary incontinence. Cerebral palsy is a group of disorders marked by some degree of motor impairment caused by genetic mutations, abnormal fetal formation of functional brain areas, infection, or brain damage in the perinatal period. So sometimes we'll see this with women that experiment with drugs like cocaine and things like that during the pregnancy. The damage usually occurs in other areas of the brain, resulting in a clinical presentation that is highly variable depending on the specific area affected and the severity of the trauma. Damage may occur before, during, or shortly after birth and is typically non-progressive. The brain tissue is altered by malformation, mechanical trauma, hypoxia, hemorrhage, hypoglycemia, hyperbilirubinemia, infection, or some other factor resulting in necrosis. In some cases, generalized necrosis and atrophy of the brain tissue have occurred, where in other cases, only one or two localized areas of the brain are affected. There are single or multiple factors that can be implicated in development of cerebral palsy. Hypoxia or ischemia is the major cause of brain damage and may occur prenatally, perinatally, or postnatally. Hypoxia may be caused by placental complications or difficult delivery or vascular occlusion, hemorrhage, aspiration, or respiratory impairment in the premature infant. High bilirubin levels resulting from problems such as prematurity, Rh blood incompatibility, may cause kernicterus in which accumulated bilirubin is able to cross the blood-brain barrier and damage the neurons. Other causes of CP include infection, metabolic abnormalities such as hypoglycemia in either mom or the child. In some cases, the effects are evident at birth, and in others, there's a delay in motor development or abnormal muscle tone does not become apparent for several months. Persistence of early reflexes, such as the Moro reflex, can indicate cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is classified either on the basis of the affected area, such as quadriplegia or diplegia, or on the basis of the motor disability that results. The first and largest group includes those with spastic paralysis from damage to the pyramidal tracts, diplegia, or the motor cortex, hemiparesis, or from general cortical damage, quadriparesis. This form is characterized by hyperreflexia, excessive reflex responses. For example, crossed legs are apparent when the child is held up, or a child with some mobility walks with the typical scissor gait on the toes and with crossed legs. In the second group, we have dyskinetic disease, and this is from damage to the extrapyramidal tract, the basal nuclei, or the cranial nerves. This form of CP is manifested by athetoid or slow involuntary writhing or coriform, rapid, jerky, involuntary movement, and loss of coordination with the fine movement. So if you look here on this page, it tells you a little bit about these different types of cerebral palsy. The third group is the ataxic CP, and this commonly develops from some sort of damage to the cerebellum, and it will manifest itself through loss of balance and coordination. Common areas of dysfunction. So we have spastic paralysis. This results from damage to the pyramidal tracts, diplegia, or the motor cortex, resulting in hemiparesis. Spasticity here is manifested by increased muscle tone or resistance to passive movement with excessive reflex responses. So we'll see hyperreflexia. We'll see unilateral use of the hands or the feet and asymmetrical body movements. Dyskinetic disease, the area of damage is the basal nuclei, the cranial nerves, or the extrapyramidal tracts. So we'll see writhing movements or facial grimaces. They can indicate athetoid cerebral palsy. We also might see athetoid, slow, or coriform movements, involuntary movements, feeding difficulties, thrusting of the tongue. These can be indications of motor dysfunction, and they can also interfere with nutrition and growth. And then ataxic cerebral palsy, where we have an area of damage, mainly the cerebellum, and that's causing loss of balance and coordination. In addition to motor deficits that we see in cerebral palsy, we can have other problems, and this depends on what areas of brain damage occur. So some of the other common areas of dysfunction are intellectual dysfunction, problems with communication and speech, seizures, and visual problems. With regard to cognitive function, 1/3 of the people with cerebral palsy are considered to have normal intelligence. 1/3 is mildly impaired, and the other 1/3 is considered to be severely cognitively disabled. Communication and speech development are difficult here because of motor disability, possible impaired mentation, and visual or hearing defects. Several children born with cerebral palsy will have learning disabilities and behavioral problems such as attention deficit attention deficit disorder, spatial disorientation, and hyperactivity. Seizures are primarily the generalized tonic-clonic type, and visual problems such as astigmatism and strabismus. So we're not doing treatments here, but we would have stimulation, therapy, PT, exercise, occupational therapy, etc. All right, next up is seizure disorders. Seizures can come from uncontrolled excessive discharge of neurons in the brain. The activity can be localized or generalized, and there are several causes. Generalized seizures have multiple foci or origins in both the cerebral hemisphere and the brainstem. They can cause loss of consciousness. Partial seizures have a single or focal origin, often in the cerebral cortex, and they may or may not involve any alteration in consciousness. Partial seizures can progress to generalized seizures. Seizure disorders are characterized by recurrent seizures, sometimes called convulsions. Seizure disorders are classified by the location in the brain, the clinical features they present with, including characteristics on the EEG during and between seizures. Seizures can be primary idiopathic or secondary acquired with an identified cause, such as post-traumatic stress syndrome. Seizures can be categorized on other grounds because they may result from some abnormality in the brain or a systemic cause like hypoglycemia or withdrawal from certain drugs or alcohol. They can be temporary problems such as febrile seizures in an infant, or they can be chronic and frequent. A seizure results from sudden, spontaneous, uncontrolled depolarization of neurons, and it causes abnormal motor or sensory activity and possible loss of consciousness. The neurons are hyperexcitable and they have a lowered threshold for stimulation. Any physiological change, such as alkalosis or sensory stimulus like flashing lights, can easily activate the irritable neurons. Each seizure will last for a few seconds or minutes, and the excessive activity of the neurons will then stop spontaneously. The altered pattern of electrical activity or brain waves occurring during a seizure can be demonstrated on the EEG, indicating the type of seizure and its focus. Observation and description of the seizure by bystanders is often useful in helping identify the origin or the focus of the seizure. Complications may arise from a generalized tonic-clonic or grand mal seizure that are severe and frequent. Injuries of varying type and severity may occur during the seizure. Recurrent or continuous seizures without recovery of consciousness are called status epilepticus. This can lead to serious consequences if not promptly treated. Respiration is impaired during a generalized tonic-clonic seizure, and skeletal muscle activity is intense. The combination of these events in status epilepticus can lead to severe hypoxia, hypoglycemia, acidosis, and a decrease in the blood pressure, potentially resulting in brain damage. Many seizure disorders are idiopathic, meaning the idiots don't know why we have them. Familial incidence is more evident in younger children. Children with congenital disorders like cerebral palsy can have seizures resulting from brain damage. Acquired seizures that occur after a head injury or infection are more common now because improved treatment of the primary conditions has led to a higher survival rate. A seizure can be initiated by a tumor, infection, or hemorrhage in the brain, or by a high fever in an infant or young child known as a febrile seizure. Some systemic disorders, such as kidney failure or hypoglycemia, can also precipitate a seizure in an individual who has no history of seizures. Sudden withdrawal from sedatives or alcohol can also precipitate seizures, as well as drugs such as cocaine. Precipitating factors or triggers can include physical stimuli such as loud noises, bright lights, biochemical stimuli such as stress, excessive premenstrual fluid retention, hypoglycemia, changes in medication, or hyperventilation leading to alkalosis can also cause these symptoms of seizure. All right, next we're going to go through the signs and symptoms and what occurs in a general seizure. So in a general seizure, the client is going to have those prodromal signs. Sometimes it doesn't happen to everybody, but they can develop things like nausea, irritability, depression, or muscle twitching for a few hours before the seizure occurs. They can also have an aura. This is like a peculiar visual or auditory sensation. Sometimes it's a taste, it's a smell, and this can happen right before the loss of consciousness or the seizure. Loss of consciousness occurs and the individual falls to the ground. Strong tonic muscle contractions result in flexion, followed by extension of the limbs and rigidity in the trunk. This is happening during the ictal phase. A cry would escape as the abdominal and thoracic muscles contract to force air out of the lungs. The jaws are clenched tightly and respiration ceases. During the clonic stage, the muscles alternately contract and relax, causing a series of forceful jerky movements that involve the entire body. The client will have increased salivation, foaming at the mouth, and bowel and bladder incontinence can occur. Contractions typically subside over the course of several minutes. The body becomes limp and consciousness slowly returns. The person is typically confused and fatigued with aching muscles and falls into a deep sleep known as the post-ictal period. With simple, partial, or focal seizures, these arise from an epileptogenic focus, and they're often related to a single area of damage in the cortex. So that just really means that this originates, okay, from a single area of damage in that cortex. For partial seizures, they're manifested by repeated motor activity like jerking or turning the head or the eye, jerky movements of the leg, or a sensation such as tingling that begins in one area and sometimes spreads. The auditory or visual experience, such as ringing in the ears or sensation of light, can occur if the focus is in the related area. Memory and consciousness usually remain, although awareness is reduced. A Jacksonian seizure is a focal motor seizure that causes clonic contractions, and it begins in a specific area and spreads progressively. An EEG can determine the type and the location of the seizure, and MRI can help detect the structural abnormality that occurs in the brain. So again, we don't focus on treatment here, but emergency treatment, a clear space, making sure there's nothing around the person. We'll cushion the head. We don't stick anything in the mouth. Okay. And if it goes for a certain period of time, then of course you're going to call 911. All right. Next is chronic degenerative disorders, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, myasthenia gravis, and Huntington's disease. So multiple sclerosis involves progressive demyelination of neurons of the brain, the spinal cord, and the cranial nerves. Here we have a number of types of variations in the effects and the severity and the progression. It's characterized by remissions and exacerbations, but it is marked by progressive degeneration. The loss of the myelin interferes with the conduction of the impulses in the affected fibers. It also affects all types of nerve fibers, motor, sensory, and autonomic, and it can happen in diffuse patches throughout the nervous system. Here we have typical white matter on the MRI that changes around the ventricles shown, and this happens in clients with multiple sclerosis. You'll also see changes in the spinal cord. The earliest lesion in multiple sclerosis occurs as an inflammatory response. The cells that don't normally enter the brain or the spinal cord will enter that area and start to attack the neurons, and we'll see a loss of the myelin in the white matter of the brain or the spinal cord. Research has identified a protein in the body's blood clotting mechanism as a possible trigger for the immune response. Large areas of inflammation and demyelination, termed plaques, can later become visible and frequently beside the lateral ventricles in the brainstem, and the optic nerves. These plaques will vary in size and may coalesce into a single patch. The initial inflammation may subside and neural function can return to normal for a short period of time until another exacerbation occurs here. The initial inflammation may subside and neural function can return to normal for a short period of time, and then another exacerbation may occur. Eventually, neurodegeneration becomes irreversible and the function is permanently lost. With each reoccurrence, we see additional areas of the central nervous system involved. With multiple sclerosis, it can vary in severity and occur in mild, slow, progressive patterns in some people and rapidly progressive forms in others. The onset of symptoms usually occurs in people between the age of 20 and 40, peaking around the age of 30. The cause is unknown. It is believed to be an autoimmune disorder. The multiple sclerosis appears to have some genetic, immunologic, and environmental components. There's also an increased risk in close relatives of people that are affected. There may be nutritional deficits. There may be changes in the blood flow to the neurons. The signs and symptoms of multiple sclerosis are going to be determined by the areas that are demyelinated. Blurred vision is common early. If the cranial nerves are affected, they can develop diplopia or double vision, scotoma, where they have spots in the visual field, or dysarthria, where they have poor pronunciation or articulation of words. Weakness can initially occur in the legs. This can be from the plaques that develop on the cortical spinal tract. Paresthesia, or areas of numbness, burning, or tingling, can occur if the sensory nerve fibers are damaged. As the number of plaques increases with each exacerbation, progressive weakness and paralysis extending to the upper limbs, loss of coordination, and bladder, bowel, and sexual dysfunction occur. Chronic fatigue is common. Sensory deficits would include paresthesias, loss of position sense in the upper body, face, and legs. The clinical picture and mode of progression varies greatly among people. As the disease progresses, depression or euphoria may develop. Complications are related to things like immobility, so we'll see respiratory infections, decubitus ulcers, and contractions, or contractures, I should say. So this slide is just showing you with the multiple sclerosis how the different lesions can be distributed, and based on where those lesions occur, how they're going to affect different portions of the body. Multiple sclerosis itself is a degenerative disease. It's going to attack the central nervous system, okay, and it's going to break down those myelin sheaths. Diagnostically, there are no definitive tests for multiple sclerosis, and sometimes there's a long delay in the diagnosis. These clients typically will have a number of exacerbations or remissions that involve multiple focal areas. We'll see progression and absence of other neurological diagnostic criteria. So we just have to look at different things here. The MRI is used to help diagnose, and it can sometimes help detect central nervous system lesions. Cerebral spinal fluid can be analyzed for elevated levels of protein, gamma globulin, and lymphocytes. The visual evoked potential test can help measure the activity of the brain in response to stimulation of the sensory pathways. It can also help detect slowing of the conduction system because of the demyelination. All right, next on the list is Parkinson's. This is a progressive degenerative disorder, and we have a problem with the motor function here. We're losing the extra pyramidal activity. Remember, that has a lot to do with movement. The dysfunction of the extra pyramidal motor system occurs because we have progressive degeneration changes in the basal nuclei, especially in the substantia nigra. We have a decreased number of neurons in the substantia nigra that secrete the dopamine. And the dopamine is an inhibitory neurotransmitter. This causes an imbalance between excitation and inhibition of the basal nuclei. The excess stimulation affects the movement and the posture by increasing the muscle tone and the activity, leading to resting, tremors, muscular rigidity, difficulty in maintaining or initiating movement, and postural instability. Clients with Parkinson's disease tend to have a reduction in the number of cortical neurons, which is characteristic of dementia. Diagnosis depends on physical manifestations and a clinical history. So Parkinson's, whether it be primary or idiopathic, it typically develops after the age of 60 in both men and women. Genetically, we have several genes that have been identified, but the common focus of research is possible damaging effects from viruses or toxins in the cells. The toxins that may be linked to Parkinson's disease include manganese, carbon monoxide, carbon disulfide, and some pesticides. Parkinsonianism may follow encephalitis, trauma, or vascular disease. Drug-induced Parkinson's disease is linked particularly to the use of phenothiazines like chlorpromazine. The effects of these drugs may be reversible if the drug is discontinued. Early signs and symptoms of Parkinson's will include things like fatigue, muscle weakness, muscle aching, decreased flexibility, and less spontaneous changes in the facial expression. Obvious signs would be tremors in the hands at rest and a repetitive pill rolling motion of the hands. As the Parkinson's advances, tremors will affect the hands, feet, face, tongue, and lips. The characteristic standing posture is going to be stooped, leaning forward with the head and the neck flexed. We have motor impairment, increased muscle rigidity, difficulty in initiating movement, slow movements known as bradykinesia, and a lack of associated involuntary movement occurs where we have a loss of arm swinging when walking or spontaneous postural adjustments when sitting. A propulsive gait or festination, which is a short shuffling step with increasing acceleration, occurs here. The postural reflexes are impaired, and this causes falls in these clients. Complex activities like getting up out of the chair become slow and difficult. In Parkinson's, these are some of the things that we would see: the shuffling steps, the tremors, the hips and knees slightly flexed, rigidity, mask-like face, tremors, stooped posture. Other functions that are going to be affected in Parkinson's is the voice will become low and devoid of inflection, meaning the person starts to speak in a quiet monotone. Dysarthria, so they'll have problems articulating words. They'll have difficulty with chewing and swallowing, and it'll become more difficult. That's going to prolong the eating time, and it also leads to excessive drooling. The face will look like a mask, and it will have like a blank or a staring face, and the blinking eyelid function is reduced here, so they're not blinking as much. Other things affected is the autonomic dysfunction, and this is manifested by things like urinary retention, constipation, and orthostatic hypotension. As the orthostatic hypotension develops, the threat of the falls increase. They can also have urinary tract and respiratory infections. These are common complications, and dementia can develop late in the course. So again, treatment is going to be removal of the cause. They may be giving some dopamine replacement therapy here through levodopa, and then some other things: anticholinergic drugs for the drooling, physical therapy for the shuffling, occupational therapy for the gait, the balance. All right, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. Here we have no identifiable cause. The amyotrophic means muscle wasting, and sclerosis is the degenerative hardening of the lateral cortical spinal tracts. The cause is not identified, but a number of genes on various chromosomes are linked. With ALS, it primarily affects people between the age of 40 and 60. It's a progressive degenerative disease. It's going to affect the upper motor neurons in that cerebral cortex and the lower motor neurons in the brainstem and spinal cord. The sensory neurons, cognitive function, cranial nerves 3, 4, and 6, and the eye muscles are not affected here, and there is no cure for this fatal disease. It is a progressive disease. We'll have loss of the upper motor neurons in that cerebral cortex, which leads to things like spastic paralysis and hyperreflexia. So again, it's going to affect the upper motor neurons in the cerebral cortex and the lower motor neurons in the brainstem and the spinal cord, but there's no inflammation around the nerves. Studies have shown that supportive glial cells called astrocytes secrete a neurotoxin that causes death of these motor neurons. So there is some things that are being looked into there. The loss of the upper motor neurons causes spastic paralysis, hyperreflexia. Damage to the lower motor neurons causes flaccid paralysis, decreased muscle tone, and reflexes. Here we'll have progressive muscle weakness that eventually is going to affect the respiratory function, swallowing, speech, and it can eventually result in death. A specific diagnostic test is not available to confirm the presence of the disease, but several tests are required to eliminate other potential diagnoses. The upper extremities, especially the hands, will manifest weakness and muscle atrophy. We'll see a loss of fine motor coordination. Stumbling and falls are common. They can have muscle cramps and twitching from imbalances of the antagonistic muscles. The weakness and paralysis will progress throughout the body. Dysarthria will develop in the cranial nerves, and that is going to affect the speech. Also, the swallowing, the respiratory function is going to be impaired, and a ventilator would be required here. They will eventually succumb to respiratory failure. Again, treatment here, stem cell, pharmaceutical things, respiratory treatment, something you don't have to know. You don't have to know treatments. Myasthenia gravis, this is an autoimmune disorder, and this impairs the receptors for acetylcholine at that neuromuscular junction. The cause is unknown. A lot of these patients will have thymus disorders, so they may have hyperplasia of the thymus or a benign tumor. The onset for myasthenia gravis is usually between the age of 20 and 30 for women and over 50 for men. Here we have immunoglobulin G autoantibodies that are binding to the acetylcholine receptors and blocking and destroying the receptor site, so they prevent stimulation of the muscle, causing skeletal muscle weakness and fatigue of the affected muscles. The facial and ocular muscles are usually affected initially, and then eventually the arm and the trunk muscles. Dysphagia and aspiration are going to be significant problems for these people. Diagnostic tests for myasthenia gravis include electromyography to test for muscle fatigue and antibodies. There's also a test using something called tensilon. This tries to prolong the action of the acetylcholine at the myoneural junction, and it will result in a short period of increased skeletal muscle function. This is going to cause muscle weakness, fatigue, double vision, and ptosis. Speech can be monotone here. They can lose facial expression and have like a droopy appearance. They may have a difficulty smiling, and it could look like a snarl, difficulty with chewing, and the head can also droop here because neck muscles can become involved. This also can affect the upper respiratory system, causing infections. Okay, again, we're not dealing with treatment, but here are some of the treatments you would use if you needed to know that. Steroids, immunosuppressants, things like that. All right, next is Huntington's disease or Huntington chorea. This is inherited as an autosomal dominant trait. It usually doesn't present until midlife. Here we have progressive atrophy of the brain, degeneration of the neurons, especially in the basal ganglia at that frontal cortex. The ventricles are going to be dilated. The GABA is going to be depleted here, and this is an inhibitory neurotransmitter, so it's going to be depleted in the basal nuclei and the substantia nigra, and levels of acetylcholine in the brain also appear to be reduced here. So what are we going to see in these clients? We'll see mood swings, personality changes, restlessness, and coriform or rapid jerky movements in the arms and the face. This can be indications of intellectual impairment. There can also be difficulty learning new information. There can be problem-solving skill issues here. They can have poor judgment, lack of the ability to concentrate, and memory problems. So this has progressive degeneration, and along with that progressive degeneration, we're going to see rigidity, akinesia, making movement difficult. We'll see personality changes, moodiness, behavioral disturbances that become more marked as the dementia progresses here. Diagnosis and treatment. So until recently, there was no way to identify anybody that was affected before the onset of the signs and the symptoms. But now that's changing because of genetic counseling and other genetic testing. So now they look at the presence of the defective gene, and this can be detected through DNA analysis. Next up is dementia. This is a progressive chronic disease. So we have many dimensions, many definitions for dementia. It's a progressive chronic disease. Cortical function is decreased here. This impairs cognitive skills like language and numeracy. It impairs logical thinking and judgment, as well as the ability to learn information and provide motor coordination. The loss of the memory affects the short-term or recent memory, but it also includes confusion about events in long-term memory. The memory loss is often progressive, leading to long-term memory as well as short-term memory loss. Behavioral and personality changes are usually present, and these changes lead to inability to work and perform activities of daily living. There are many causes of dementia, including vascular disease like arteriosclerosis, infections, toxins, and genetic disorders. With Alzheimer's disease, this accounts for more than 50% of those affected with dementia, with vascular causes of dementia in second place. There's a progressive loss of intellectual function that will interfere with work, relationships, and personal hygiene. There is progressive cortical atrophy. They develop these neurofibrillary tangles and plaques. The acetylcholine deficit is caused by a loss of the neurons. So we'll see personality changes, lack of initiative, repetitive behavior, impairment in judgment, abstract thinking, and problem-solving abilities. Again, typical changes include progressive cortical atrophy, causing dilated ventricles, widening of the sulci, neurofibrillary tangles in the neurons, and senile plaques are found in large numbers in the affected parts of the brain. These plaques disrupt the neural conduction, and they contain fragments from beta amyloid precursor proteins. And the role of this protein is the focus of the research. A deficit in the neurotransmitter acetylcholine also occurs in the affected area of the brain. No definitive diagnosis test is available. Diagnosis is based on observations and ruling out other possible causes. A specific cause is unknown. At least 4 defective genes located on different chromosomes have been associated with Alzheimer's. The gene mutations on chromosomes 1, 14, and 21 are inherited as autosomal dominant traits, and these result in the early onset of Alzheimer's dementia. One form is the late onset of Alzheimer's dementia, and this has been linked to mutations on chromosome 19. Other forms of Alzheimer's appear to be multifactorial. So pathological changes in Alzheimer's are going to include those amyloid plaques, the neurofibrillary tangles. And if you look on the slides here, we have the comparison of the normal and the Alzheimer's disease. So the top is going to be a normal brain, and the bottom shows the changes that are occurring there. So for signs and symptoms, the onset is often slow. The course can extend over 10 to 12 years. In the early stages, we see a gradual loss of memory and concentration. It becomes hard for them to learn new information. Judgment or reasoning is often impaired. We see behavioral changes like irritability, hostility, mood swings. Cognitive function, memory, and language skills will continue to decline. Problem solving, mathematical ability, and judgment are going to be poor. Apathy, indifference, and confusion become more marked. The activities of daily living become difficult, affecting things like the ability to prepare meals, get dressed, or perform personal hygiene. Wandering is common, and the person becomes confused, lost, even in familiar territory. In the later stages, the person doesn't recognize their own family, lacks awareness or interest in the environment. They become incontinent and unable to function in any way. Degenerative changes will eventually interfere with motor function. Again, this slide is comparing the normal and the Alzheimer's disease. Okay, so you can look at the differences there that are in the brain. So no treatment here. They may use anticholinesterase drugs, to achieve some sort of temporary improvement, but usually we can't reverse this. We can maybe slow it down. Other forms of dementia include vascular dementia. This is caused by cerebrovascular disease, and this is usually a result of multiple small brain infarctions. It's common in people over the age of 70, especially those with hypertension. So we'll see memory loss, apathy, inability to manage the daily routine, and progression may be in stages connected to infarctions and loss of the brain tissue. Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease. This is a rapidly progressive form of dementia caused by infection from a prion. Some cases show familial incidence, meaning a defect in the human prion in the protein gene. Some have been iatrogenic, so caused by things like surgery or corneal transplants, but most cases are sporadic. Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease is more common in the older adult. It has a long incubation period after its introduction into the brain, especially when more abnormal prions are produced. This is followed by rapid destruction of the neurons, formation of plaques and vacuoles in the neurons, and spongiform encephalopathy. Signs and symptoms are going to be, early signs are going to be memory loss, behavioral changes, motor dysfunction, progressive dementia. The EEG and the MRI are used to help diagnose. Next is age dementia. Okay, and this occurs in the later stages of AIDS where the virus starts to invade the brain tissue. And other infectious agents can include things like candida or toxoplasma species, tumors, and lymphomas. This can cause gradual loss of memory, cognitive ability, and impaired motor function. So we'll see things like ataxia, weakness, abnormal reflexes. In children with congenital human immunodeficiency virus infection, the brain is frequently affected. This can lead to intellectual delay and delays in motor development. So this is kids that have the congenital HIV infection. Mental disorders like schizophrenia, depression, and panic disorder are next. Mental illness is next. This is classified using the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Mental health problems involve significant dysfunction in areas of the brain or personality that interfere with the person's ability to function. Biochemical and structural abnormalities in the brain appear to contribute to the pathologies. Many have a genetic component. Stressors can also play a role in development of mental illness. Psychotic illnesses include the more serious disorders like schizophrenia, delusional disorders, and some affective or mood disorders. Although the etiology and pathogenesis have not been fully determined, some common changes do occur in the brains of clients with schizophrenia. This includes a reduction in gray matter in the temporal lobes, an enlarged third and lateral ventricle, abnormal cells in the hippocampus, part of the limbic system, excessive amounts of dopamine, and decreased blood flow to the frontal lobes of the brain. Some changes appear to be linked to neurological manifestations that are seen in schizophrenic patients, such as abnormal eye movement. Theories about the cause of schizophrenia focus on a genetic predisposition along with brain damage in the fetus caused by perinatal complications or viral infections in mother during the pregnancy. The onset of schizophrenia usually occurs between the age of 15 and 25 in men and 25 to 35 in women. Stressful events appear to initiate the onset and reoccurrences. Symptoms can be grouped as positive, like delusions, bizarre behavior, or negative, which are things like flat emotions or decreased speech. Generally, disorganized thought processes occur here. Communication is often impaired because of inadequate language skills. They lack appropriate association of thoughts. They have meaningless repetition of words or thoughts, and they often don't develop new words with accepted meaning. So sometimes they'll develop what we call neologisms, which is a word that has no meaning. Delusions or false beliefs and ideas are persistent here. Treatment for this is going to be antipsychotic drugs, and they can have extrapyramidal activity from the drugs, involuntary muscle spasms in the legs and the arms, repetitive jerky movements, and all these can be from the side effects of those medications because they're affecting the neurotransmitters in the brain. And remember that basal ganglia, that basal area is where that movement is occurring, and if it's affecting that area, it's going to affect the movement. Depression is a common problem. It often happens in clients with chronic illness. Major depression or unipolar disorder is an endogenous diagnosis based on biological factors or personal characteristics. So etiological factors or causes include genetics, developmental, and psychosocial stressors. A lot of times this is also affected by certain neurotransmitters in the body, such as dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. Bipolar disorder involves alternating periods of depression. Depression can also occur as a reactive episode to a response in life or a secondary um, response to a systemic disorder like one of those chronic illnesses, cancer, diabetes, heart failure, things like that. Depression is a common problem, and many patients with mild forms may not be diagnosed or receive proper treatment. Depression is classified as an affective or mood disorder based on the characteristics of disorganized emotions. It results from decreased activity by the excitatory neurotransmitters, norepinephrine and serotonin in the brain. The exact mechanism is unknown. The depressed client often has a history of major psychosocial trauma, which can contribute to the development of the disorder. Depression is indicated by a prolonged period of profound sadness marked by hopelessness and an inability to find pleasure in any activity. Lack of energy, loss of self-esteem, and motivation can interfere with daily activity. Some individuals may be irritable and agitated and have difficulty concentrating and solving problems. Sleep disorders like insomnia or too much sleep can accompany depression. They can also have loss of appetite and loss of a sex drive or a libido is common. All right, so treatment are going to be antidepressants and ECT. Again, we're not going into that because you don't need to know it. All right, next up is panic disorders. Panic attacks are common, but don't necessarily lead to panic disorder. Panic disorder is an anxiety disorder that develops when the panic attacks are frequent or prolonged. Otherwise, it's just a panic attack, okay? The genetic factor has been implicated here. Sometimes an increase in the discharge of neurons can occur in the temporal lobes. Biochemical abnormalities involving neurotransmitters such as norepinephrine, serotonin, and GABA can also be involved here. Patients are going to be fearful of having another panic attack, and this can cause increases in irritability of the limbic system. Signs and symptoms of panic disorder is going to be repeated episodes of intense fear without provocation. This can last for minutes or hours. Palpitations or tachycardia, hyperventilation, sweating, sensations of choking or smothering, and nausea accompanying the feeling of terror. Patients who anticipate attacks can develop a fear of open spaces known as agoraphobia, or fear of being in a place where no help is available, and some may refuse to leave their home. Again, treatment is going to be drugs, psychotherapy. Spinal cord problems. So the vertebrae are separated by cartilaginous disc. These act as cushions to provide flexibility to the spinal cord. Herniation would involve the protrusion of the nucleus pulposus, the inner gelatinous component of the intervertebral disc, through a tear in the annulus fibrosus, or that tough outer covering of the disc. So we have a tear, right, that allows the fluid in there to seek out of that or leak out of that disc. Okay, so there's no cushion now there. Protrusions into the extradural space exert pressure on the spinal cord, on the spinal nerve root, and that interferes with nerve conduction. The tear in the capsule can occur suddenly or develop gradually, and depending on the site involved, sensory, motor, or autonomic function can be impaired. The most common location is the lumbosacral disc L4, L5, or L5 to S1. Some herniations involve cervical disc between C5 and C7. If pressure on the nerve tissue or the blood supply is prolonged, severe permanent damage to the nerve can result. And then this is just showing you a picture of that herniated disc and what it looks like. Degenerative changes in the intravertebral risk usually come from things like age, metabolic changes, or obesity, and this can put us at risk for a herniated disc. Herniation is usually caused by trauma or poor body mechanics, leading to excessive stress on the muscles, for example, improper lifting or transfer of the patients. Trauma accounts for about 50% of the herniations. The signs would depend on the location and the extent. In most cases, effects are unilateral, but large protrusions could cause bilateral effects. Because the pressure on the sensory nerve fibers in the dorsal root or the lumbosacral herniation can cause pain in the lower back, radiating down the posterior aspect of one or both legs. This can also be seen in the form of sciatica nerve pain. Paresthesia or numbness and tingling can occur if the nerve compression is extensive here. So muscle weakness can develop. We can have interference with the ability to empty the bladder. The herniated disc in the cervical region can cause pain in the neck and the shoulders that can radiate down the arms. The sensory impairment can reduce the ability to move the neck, and weakness can also accompany the pain. Pressure can lead to skeletal muscle spasms in the neck or the back, and that can increase the pain even further. All right, so how would we diagnose this herniated disc? We would use diagnostic tests, myelography with contrast dye, MRI. These can all confirm the herniation, and then what kind of treatments, weight bearing, reductions, rest is needed, heat, ice, drugs, PT, and surgery in severe cases. That will conclude this lecture. I'll be sending this on YouTube, and I'll be sending you some questions to practice with.